All right. I think I am live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Let me check here. Yes, it is live indeed. So, hey, everybody. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your lovely Saturday. And I'm excited, as always, see what messages come in from Spirit today. But before we do all that, of course, we want to bring in some beautiful love energy, get us in that space to hear from Spirit. So, we'll start off by first taking a big deep breath, get out of the future, get out of the past, get out of the chaos of the outside world, right? Come back to this wonderful space of unconditional love and peace in the right now, right? So we'll do that first, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl for there's a sticker on the bottom. Oh, made in Nepal. We'll bring in the singing bowl here after that. So if you want to join me, let's take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, then slow exhale, coming back to this moment. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, yes, 3 times, and each time, just imagine this beautiful flood of eternal unconditional love energy just falling down into our being through our minds and all our thoughts, down into our hearts and all the emotions, down into our physical body, all the cells, our organs, our blood, and then onto our chakra energetic systems, our energetic meridians, into our auras, and then filling us up, flowing out to the outside world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. Of course, something we can do to immediately begin raising our love vibration is gratitude, right? When we're think of it, just one little thing we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment, it immediately starts to raise us up. And it also magnetizes us to receive more from spirit, especially of those things that we're grateful for. So it's always a win-win, win-win-win. So we'll do that. So mind your ears. I'm never quite sure how loud it's going to be until I hit it. I'll try to start off further away so it doesn't blast out your eardrums. Um, and remember, gratitude. Here we go. She's just gonna sing all night. We're gonna be here all night listening to her. Beautiful. All right. Shh, 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 shh. We will quiet her down and put her on her little seat over here. But she was wanting to continue and sing, 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 but, thank you guys so much for joining me into that. I can always tell I feel like she vibrates more the more people that join in. I feel like that's why it keeps going and going because everyone's energy is supporting her vibrating and, vibrating that energy out, so thank you so much. So, wonderful, wonderful. We got a wonderful new moon happening tomorrow. I was contemplating doing a ritual tonight, but what I'm going to do is either tonight after I'm done here or in the morning, I'm going to create a video that talks about the new moon wishes and intentions for this Capricorn new moon, how to make the most of those, and focusing in on the new moon in Capricorn specifically. Just a little short one. Since it's at like I think it's 12:52 or something in the morning, in the afternoon, at least mountain time, I believe, and, so I'll be able to do it in the morning because it's the 8 hours after the new moon is when we do the wishes, so I'll be able to get that out there, and then maybe we'll see. I'll probably do a separate video for the winner of the new moon drawing tomorrow. I'll talk about that in a sec, though. I don't wanna jump too far ahead. I wanna say hello, everybody. Welcome, all my Zen friends. So happy to have you here. Thank you for all the thumbs up already that you're giving the stream. Does show me some love and my channel some love, so thank you so much for that. You're also part of the love tsunami. You just vibrate out that wonderful love to the world, and it helps the algorithm and all that stuff, the magic that draws people to the channel to experience the love, all the love that you guys have. If you're new to my channel, welcome. We do have a great group of Zen friends, huge hearts, great senses of humor. Two things definitely are important to have on this channel because we do love to laugh. We love to look at the higher vibration of things. So it is a safe space, and there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. You're welcome here. And yeah, if you want to know how the whole process works, everything's down in the description box of the video. Basically, free readings are first come, first serve. They're generally 1 to 2 card readings for the free ones. And if anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange, step out of the free readings, and then prioritizing those donations. And I dive deeper. We spill more tea with Bretta Z, meaning we pull more tarot cards. And then also you get an oracle card of some sort for your, what I call it, a fortune cookie, just to round out your little tarot reading meal, little extra message from spirit there. If you wanna make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square as well. And, um, I don't have any set dollar amounts. So whatever you're able to give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can. So I honor that. I know everyone's cost of living and rate of exchange across the world is so different. So I honor that. If 2.5 hours in, I have not touched any free readings, I do step away from donations for about 30 minutes, complete as many free readings as I can. Then I return to complete all donations. And then if I have more energy and I'm in a balanced mood and mode, I also try to finish as many free readings at the end as I can as well. I normally, lately, have been doing them all, and that's one of the reasons why I switched my times too. I know for my international members, it puts it like in the middle of the night or in the wee bits of the morning, but I no longer go Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings. I added a Wednesday night on Wednesday through Sunday, but I start at 5 p.m. Mountain Time just to give me the opportunity to balance my life and my health and everything and make sure I get out for my walks that are important for me to get done for, everything in my health, so it's good. It's good stuff, and thank you for your patience and with the changes as well. Um, what else? What else? Well, let's talk about the new moon drawing tomorrow. Every full and new moon, I do have a drawing for a winner of at least a 30-minute person recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. And all you have to do is check out the video that I just posted. I always have it in the description box too, the current giveaways, any specials going on. So you can always check that out there. I will draw tomorrow morning, afternoon, probably, after my walk. And then I will post a video with the winner on that. So yay, yay, yay. And then we'll have one in the full moon. It's every like 2 weeks ish, right? It's basically how the new moon, full moon cycle goes. Also, if you haven't checked out my podcast, my free podcast, The Easier Path, we just put out a wasn't wasn't this week. It was the week before because it's every second Thursday is where I'm doing them right now. But this one's called Defense, and it's all about understanding why we get defensive as humans, and then spirits input, and then also their hints on how to do this. I have a lot of great just knowledge and wisdom from a book I was reading, which was The Next Conversation by Jefferson Fisher. Great. He's on Instagram too under his name, Jefferson Fisher. Wonderful, wonderful human. You can just tell by their energy. And reading this book, I mean, I cried reading the beginning opening, and it was amazing because he and his conversations, how it touched someone, so well. But it's about arguing less and having deeper conversations. And one of these is all about the defensiveness. And also, we talk about how what we can do to help others, an easier choice for others not to get defensive, of course. Remember, we can't control other people, but we can make it easier or harder for people to get defensive or not, right? If I go like this, you, that's just pushing that button going, oh, you'd like some defensiveness? Uh, batter up. Here we go. So I like all this information that they provided here. Wow, I haven't opened. In fact, there was some of his emails that were here. I'm just clearing them out so I can just see the donations that came in. um, so I love it. So check it out. We do have down in the description box of the video my entire the list or the playlist link. Also, if you go to my main page at the very top, we have that playlist for my podcast on there. I'm excited for next week's because I actually had one of my Zen friends. They mentioned that they would like to have a certain subject looked at, which is it's something along the lines of how do we deal with people who are rude to us and to other people? How do we not get impacted by what feels like an emotional attack? So I'm sure we all can relate to that. So I'm excited. I started typing up the notes from Spirit, and I'll be recording that. That'll be out next Thursday. So I'm excited. All right. Well, that's all the blah, blah, blah. Let's do some shout outs. Let's make sure we've got all of our ducks in a row here, and we'll start quacking. All right. Let me just move that around there. All right. So we'll start from the bottom and make sure I have everyone. We got Touch of Love. Hey, Touch of Love. Good to see you. All right. I do see your free reading question. We'll add that to the list. And we've got Guide in the house. Hey. So yeah, I'm so sorry that we missed you that evening, but I had the IOU here. So that's what I was doing, moving you to the front of the line since that was for last night. And I was going to give you a general reading, but I was like, let's wait just to make sure that there wasn't a specific question. So we'll do that. You'll be up first for the donations since it's an IOU. You get to move to the front of the line for those. All right. And then we've got Ateshi Singh. Ateshi, hello, hello. I got you on the list for the free readings. We got Jojo in the house. Jojo. I got you on the free list here too. And we've got Santa. So Santa, I just love that you enjoy that name. That it just brings me joy just to say your name. And instead of murdering and mispronouncing your given name, we have such a great joy with your given nickname. All right. Then we have Sudeshni. Hey, Sudeshni. So I have you on the list there. We've got Ashul. I got you on the list here too. Hello, hello. And then we have Sudeshna times two. So I got you on there. You'll be number 3 and number 4 when we get to the donations there. We also have Maria P in the house. Thank you, Maria. Got you on the free list. Let me make sure. I do have you on the free list, and then I have your donation via the PayPal as well. I'm like looking over here, looking over there. I'm like, the camera's right here. So you'll be number 2 after guide coming in there. And then for the free readings, we do have content in the house as well. So you'll be up for the first of the free readings once we get to those. So I like it. I like it. I like it. You had rested your eyes. Well, that's good. You must have needed it. There's definitely some energy with this new moon in Capricorn, just nap time, especially if you're going, right? All right. So I feel like that is everything. So we are set. I'm going to be using the Light Seers Tarot this evening. I've been using it. I'm going to use it the rest of this weekend because we've got the 3 sisters. Doot, 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 doot. Yes, I've got 3 decks. No, I'm not crazy. Well, I can't guarantee that, but one of these I bought myself years ago. And then someone gifted me one because one of my cards was kind of like a little crinkly. Got a little aggressive shuffling one day and it bent a card. I still have it in the deck. It still works. And then my host bought one just like the end of last year. So I've got the 3 sisters. I call them the 3 fates, but I put them all together in this huge stack, shuffled them all up in a variety of different ways, and then split them out into 3 equal decks. So I'll be going through these. So you have an opportunity to actually get 3 of the same cards in a reading if you have 3 cards. I had one of those happen the other night where someone got 3 of the 7 of swords. So whenever that happens, it's a very clear message, right? So I love using it that way. And then for those that make donations, your fortune cookie will be coming from the Angel Signs Oracle tonight. All right. Now I think that's all the blah, blah, blah. Let's do a cheers and we'll dive in. So cheers, everybody. So happy to have you here. So much love to you. Yum, yum, yum. We also have little selenite. Whoa, that was really bright. Look at that. Beautiful selenite heart visiting us here. So her energy is here. Selene, the goddess of the moon. So perfect for the new moon tomorrow. All right, let's shuffle these and we'll get going here. So guide, you are up at 18:30 here. Is your timestamp? Let me get that better. There we go. Oh, actually, let me close this. I don't need that anymore. Let me make this bigger. That way I can see more of the chat. Ooh, but I'm really big. All right. Hey, Bretta Zen. All right. So let us look here. You wanted a general reading here, guide. So let's take a look here. All right. So what do they want you to know right now? What? For your most fulfilling, abundant experience, I feel like is what we want to ask. All right. And then these. All right. I like those. Just flying out. All right. So we got those. So we do have here the 6 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. So your overall reading here is this wonderful abundance energy, this feeling of fullness coming in the outside world. So it is the pentacles, it is the physical world energy that comes in here. And because the Six of Pentacles, it's a balancing energy, but it's also a that you have enough given to other people as well. So I like that energy. One of the cards that popped out, they're just usually they are all face down, but you've got two. One of them is also the Wheel of Fortune. So we'll talk about that when we get to there. But just to say, just to reinforce this feeling of abundance and the wheels are turning. Of course, everything is always for us with the Wheel of Fortune, the tune of for you. But when the Wheel of Fortune comes out, even our human is on board. Sometimes our human is, how is that for me? Right. I know I've said that to spirit before when they were telling me all that life is for you, everything. I'm like, well, how is that for me? And they're like, you'll see. And I'm like, fine. And then I did see. So they were right, of course. But when we get the Wheel of Fortune, it's even our human is like, oh, I see it right away. Or very in the near future. We don't have to wait for years or till we're on the other side to go, oh, that's why that was good for me. Right. So I like this starting out here for you. Let's see what else they want you to know here. And you got the Page of Cups and the King of Cups. So again, balancing energy with the King of Cups coming in here and the Page of Cups too about taking your self-love to a higher level. I do like both of these energies coming in here. It's a lot of love energy, but it's internal love energy, and it is about what is this word? Like, there's like a salve, like like a healing ointment that's been put, on your heart and allowing yourself to have, um, I don't know, through this warmth. I feel like the heart has been wrapped up in a beautiful gauze kind of energy, and, it's like, almost like I'm seeing like an herbal gauze with healing elements that was wrapped around the heart to help it heal faster, and because it's not really broken, but it's the emotions to be transformed, and I feel like there's been some great balancing and some moving up of the heart with all this. All part of the abundance here. Yeah, and the Two of Cups too. So we definitely have energy of emotion that's popping in here. Your first 3 cards, that we're seeing of the reading itself are all cups, all emotion, but the Two of Cups is the power of emotional choice, realizing that I'm the one that gets to choose how I feel, and there's empowerment that comes through life when we're having these opportunities of low vibration emotions and things in our life, and there comes a time when we're like, "You know what? I'm gonna choose differently," or like in that, Kevin Costner movie, Dances with Wolves, right? Where she was mourning the death of her husband, and they were Kevin Costner and her were falling in love with each other, right? And, and then when the mourning period was over, it was decided this is when the mourning would be over, and then she was done mourning, and then she was able to go into a relationship. And, so very interesting, energy. In fact, it's weird. I was watching The Closer, on Netflix, and I was like this one lady, and I was like, "Why does she look familiar?" I think she was the lady that was in the native she was a white person that had been captured and was with Native Americans, and she had fallen in love, with with the tribe and everything. They had rescued her. And so I think it was her. I'm like, "What is that? Who is that?" Anyway, little side little side thing here of that there's this timing that has done and transformation. Oh, that's why they wanted to bring that up because, we played a role in one movie in one time in our life, then we played a new, and then I think they actually started a whole new series once they ended that one with her as the star 'cause, oh, I forget her name, she's married to Kevin Bacon. She was done with, you know after 7 seasons or whatever of the closer, she was like, "I'm ready for something else." And so there's all this progression of there's different parts we play in different parts of our life, and I like this awareness of I get to change how I feel about it as I'm going through it. Let's see what else we have here too. Queen of Pentacles, yeah, very much an energy of again another a nice abundance energy, but also a mother nature, mother nurture, nurturing oneself coming in here. Underneath that, we do have the 7 of Wands. Yeah, this protective shell, this standing tall, being true to one's authentic self, not shrinking, not dimming our light, not asking permission to shine, but being true to ourselves. And again, both of those energies coming out together with the Queen of Pentacles and the 7 of Wands is everything that you've gone through has been to move away these beliefs and thoughts and emotions that have um, made you restrict yourself and to limit yourself and to feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. And all these things were brought up to help you, be free from these beliefs and mindsets. Again, the wheel of fortune for you, and you'll see it more and more going, yeah, I've learned I can't control other people. I'm coming back to me, and also other people can't control me. I get to choose my story. I get to choose my emotions. I get to choose my energy. I get to choose my physical actions. And I'm going to, it's all about learning to invest it there. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, you got the sun and the 5 of swords. Yeah. So then that's what comes in here. Any conflict we have, like the 5 of swords, um, the sun energy, it's for us, it's a victory energy, but it shines a bright light on every area of our life, including, the the cobwebby corners that were like, "Ooh, yikes." The light is usually a little dimmer, and I didn't see those. Now the bright light is shining, but it's for me again. It's not to embarrass me. It's so that I can release things. That's what the 5 of swords tells us too. Any of the kind of conflict, obstacle cards, it tells us in life that things are bubbling below the surface, impacting us already. Um, but when they showed themselves and go, whoosh, psh, then we are, oh, I didn't know that they were running on autopilot underneath the surface, but now I can see it and now I can be set free from it because I'm aware of it. It's in my consciousness instead of my unconscious or my subconscious, right? So it is about shining a bright light. And you got these 2 cards. Here's that Wheel of Fortune and the Hanged Man too. The slow times, the cocooning, the transformation. It is all for us. It allows us to be set free from that restriction. It allows us to convert from a caterpillar who's hungry for leaves and consumes and walks slowly along the floor getting stepped on and getting eaten by things. Instead, it transforms and it lets a lot of its old self go to transform into that butterfly that can migrate thousands of miles. It seeks nectar and blossoms, and it actually, kind of in a way like a bee and a wasp, because they're going from flowers to flowers, they pollinate and cross pollinate in a way too. So, beautiful energies around everything has a purpose for you. And though sometimes life does feel like it sucks and that it's happening to us, we eventually will be able to see, once we have that faith and trust in the universe, that you're on my side. You love me. Not that they're against other people, but they got our back. They're doing everything for us for our highest experience and for to bring us to a space that will feel the most fulfilled. And so there's a lot of wisdom and awareness that comes through in all these. Yeah, and then ultimately you end up with the King of Pentacles. So, but it changes from the inside out, and the inner work you've been doing will start making its way to the outer world. King of Pentacles, like the Queen of Pentacles that you got, like the Wheel of Fortune, like the Six of Pentacles, all of those are abundance cards in the outside world. Part of the Six of Pentacles is that change of our belief that I deserve. And a lot of that undeservedness is below the surface because that's what we were taught growing up, that you have to work hard, that all this stuff it's hard. Life is hard. And it's like, no, we make it hard with all those beliefs because we believe the other humans. But when we connect with creator, with the universe, with spirit, then we realize that everything does um, support us. And when we can trust that, then that's when life transforms and we just open up to receiving instead of like a little baby getting fed food. And we're like, I don't want that. They're like, no, no, no. They're like, here comes the airplane. Once we are like, oh, this is for me. You're not trying to do something to me. Once I have a taste of this delicious, the one I used the other day was sweet potato, instead of that green gross pea stuff that I always saw. I'm like, God, that looks like baby diarrhea. I wouldn't eat that either. But that sweet potato, all babies love that. And that's, what happens when we, look into that. So I like those intertwined messages that are there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah. Then you got caution. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see what this says down here on the bottom. It says you're being asked to reconsider. Caution allows you to navigate with wisdom and avoid unnecessary risks. Move forward only if your soul feels fully at peace. So I like that. It's like don't make decisions because you feel like you have to, and I have to make a decision, and if you don't feel like, I like, Chris on Minnow Pond Tarot. I love him. I've been watching him for years. He'll say, "If it's not a hell yes, then it's a hell no." And so if it's not like "All right, yeah, I definitely want to do this," then it's like it's either don't decide or no is the answer. And I like that trusting your gut, trusting your soul, the draw that you have. So hopefully that helps with whatever is happening in the moment for you here. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right, let's see. We had some more people come in. Let's do some additional shout outs here. We got Gene XO. Hello, hello. Let's see, this is your question. Let's get you on the list here. Let me give myself some space. All right. Oh yeah, Kira Sedgwick. Thank you. That was um what's his face is Kevin Bacon's wife. They're great. They've been married for so long too. I like that. You're very welcome, guide. Hang in there, my dear. All right. So Olivier Vergara is in the house. Hey, Olivier, got your question onto Z Chat, the free reading list here too. And then we've got Sudeshni. Hello, hello. You are here. And let's add you on to the donation list here too. Here, let me just grab all this while I have it. Just make it easy on myself there. There we go. Hey. Let's see. We got those. We got those. All right. I think that is it. Let me make sure. One more little quick look. Oh, no, I think that is it. All right. So we will continue here. So, and I probably, maybe I did mention it. So the donations, we have Maria P up next, and then Sudeshna times 2, and then Sudeshni is where we're at there. Yep, I don't have anything else over here. All right. So we'll dive in here again. Let's take a little sip. Cheers, everybody. Say it was just 3434 when I looked up there. So we're going to give that to you, Maria. I feel like those numbers are special. Yeah, the Sudesh are famous here. I know, right? All right. So, Maria, thank you so much for your donation. We'll circle back around for your free reading eventually. Went back to having my email on here instead because I was looking at my task manager and the little email system that I use. The app uses a lot of memory. And I feel like maybe that's why we were crashing the last couple nights when I opened up a pop out chat. So I'm going to see how things go, and then I might try maybe tomorrow, try the pop out chat again, and see if it knocks me out again or not. All right. So Maria, thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. We're going to use the middle stack here. Let's see what we got going on. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today in this evening session of The Days of Our Lives, starring Wally. All right. Those are the feelings and thoughts, or thoughts and feelings. What is he up to? What's coming for you guys this upcoming week? Updates on the dark side. Yep, those are those. Skip that there. There we go. Your grand aunt is sick in the hospital. Will she recover and get better? Of course, disclaimer in the description box, I'm not a licensed medical professional, and tarot is for fun and for entertainment purposes. So, of course, everyone's consulting doctors to make important decisions regarding their medical and their physical bodies. Do you need to watch yourself from someone particular at work? Oh, all right. Someone have their aim on you for something? Let's find out in a minute. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah. So we've got the Hermit and the Fool card here. Two major arcana. So this is they're doing some significant thinking, some, you know, with the Hermit, they're in a bit of a mood of kind of this pulling back and reflecting. This new moon in Capricorn will do that for us because it's Capricorn, even though it's an earthy grounding energy, it definitely gets us thinking about the future, long-term plans, some other things. I'll have a video out tomorrow or later tonight um, around this Capricorn new moon to give more details. But there definitely is that coming in there with that. And the Fool card is about an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So I really like this combination because they're in this mood of making big changes, making big plans with that combination. But they are kind of in that hermit inner reflective because they really got to think about things and they got to have some stillness to figure some stuff out. And that's all right. Because if that will get them moving away from the dark side faster, we support that, right? Go, yes, brother Z. Okay. So what is he up to? Yeah, King of Swords. No shit, right? King of Swords rolls over the mind, plus gets a second portion of the mind, big thinking, like we were saying. So right now, thinking about things, researching things, getting details, getting things organized, trying to work things out. So that's good. What's coming up for you guys this upcoming week? All right, whatever it is, you're going to be happy about it. Wheel of Fortune. It's the tuna for you. Even your human is going to enjoy what unfolds next week. They're keeping it very mysterious. Um, not to be ominous or anything like that. I feel like they're just going, you'll see. This is like a moment of trust, of just trust that it's for you, and go forward thinking everything that's unfolding in every area of your life, but specifically, of course, since we're talking about your relationship with Wally, that it's for me. Whatever's unfolding is for me and for them and for us. So where can I find the gift in what's happening instead of fear or expectations or explanations? It's more focusing on that, I feel like, is a big thing for you. Because I think we've kind of talked about next week, 3 events, I think is what they're bringing back next week. what are they showing me? The Knight of Swords, right? I think you got the Knight of Swords, something about a lot of communication. You had another Swords, I feel like you guys had another communication, or was that this week's? And then some fiery, passionate time, I thought. Maybe that was that one of the readings from the last couple of days? But anyway, they showed you that. I feel like they're saying, "This is what, can impact your coming week together, in doing that." So they're giving you more of a it's not an assignment or homework that feels like, "Ah, this is an opportunity," a little hint for some stuff, so I like that. Um, so what's coming? Okay, updates on the dark side. Yeah, we've got this courage is growing here with the strength card for that 9 of pentacles, which is about them, and this hermit card reminded me of that too, because the 9 of pentacles kind of reminds me of that same energy or that Virgo energy. And this is about, getting up the courage to go, I want my own place. And we need to make these arrangements to, you know, um, we'll make sure you have somewhere, but it's going to be just enough for you. And I'm going to find somewhere it's just enough for like me, is what he's saying. Maybe a little extra space for extras, like little ones, just in case. But, I feel like that's the way he's approaching it, how he's getting courage up to, "Okay, this is what we need to do," we need to split the finances, we need to do this is the plan, and I feel like that's a lot of what they're focusing on. Um, okay, and then your grand aunt, so of course, remember, disclaimer, is she gonna get better? She's sick in the hospital here. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I mean, the bottom energy we have is the 2 of Pentacles, which is things balancing out in the physical world, and we've got the 8 of Cups and the Devil card. Now, the Devil card is about letting go of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, and the 8 of Cups has to do with letting some emotions go. So I feel like a lot of what's going on here feels like something that's stress related and that there's some emotional release and some mental release that needs to happen for them to feel that stress leave. And I feel like they're going to realize things there. Something about they even have someone come talk to them, whether it's, like the chaplain or, someone from the the psych ward, but it's like a counselor, not from that they're going, "Ooh, she's lost it, we're gonna move her." It's that they'll come down to help people talk through their emotions, and, so, either one of those or yeah, I just feel like it's that kind of, um assistance to help as well, but it feels like there is this balancing that comes in. Things balance out. It's not like, like it's diminishing and kind of like people are worried, but it's gonna go and it's gonna stop going down and then slowly balance back out based on their energy and what they do with the stress though. If they don't do something that stress, it's just gonna come back again. Um, and then do you need to watch yourself at work with someone particularly at work? It doesn't seem to be here. You got the Page of Swords. Well, let me do it this way first. We're gonna do the 10 of Pentacles, which is an abundance, fullness, this family atmosphere. If you look at it like it's a family at work, and you have siblings or cousins or whatever that we get in little spats, but when we approach it like we're all in this together, and I'm gonna let expectations go, like the 10 of Swords. And I'm gonna look at things from a higher perspective with the Page of Swords. There's progression here from the 10 to the page, and I feel like if you start looking at it differently, understanding the things that people did or didn't do, said or didn't say, but I feel like what they did and what they said, that, it was because of their fears, because of what happens in their life or happened in their life and happens in their life, and And so their reaction was like a child, but then we acted like a child in reaction to their reaction, right? And so when we realize that I can look at things differently and realize their actions were not personal toward me, then I can start treating them differently. And in me treating them differently, suddenly they start treating me differently because they realize, oh, you're not a threat like I thought you were, you know? And you don't, and when you stop seeing them as a threat, that they can't make you feel anything or do, make you any stories. If they try to make stuff up, your management is smart. They're not like, "Oh, we'll believe you blindly what you say." They're like, "What proof do you have? Show us, tell us what's going on here." We want an office that works well together, not one that does, tries to destroy, you know. So we need to work this out. We all need to be adults here. I feel like is where the doctors and the management comes from, right? So, hopefully that helps in learning to communicate, like reading that book or whatever floats your boat around communication. I feel like that's a huge thing that's going to change your life in a lot of ways. Yeah. And you have creativity coming in for your fortune cookie 333, which is know that you are supported in your creative endeavors. Trust in the inspiration flowing through you, for it's a sacred gift from the divine. I like that. You need a creative outlet to let all these emotions that are flowing out that you kind of keep recycling, how to get them out. Whether it's drawing stick people or, some sort of art or gardening or something creative where you're allowed to get all this emotional energy, mental energy out of you and expressed so that you can release it instead of recycling it. It feels what the spirit is wanting you to know with those. So that is what they got there for you. Boom, boom, boom. So that is it. And we'll circle back around here for your fortune cookie here, and then not your fortune cookie, your free reading in a moment. All right. So cheers, everybody, and take a quick sip here. We'll dive into the next ones here. Yum, yum. Can you guys see the steam? I don't know if you can see the steam. It's so hot. Yeah, there you go. For the longest time, I didn't have this little warmer, and I knew they existed. I just never thought of getting one, and then I got one during the Black Friday sales. And it's just so nice that your coffee and your tea and your warm drinks just stay warm and hot. Who would have thunk? All right. Let's see here. I think we had Dollface Diva. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's get you onto the free list here. There we go. All right. So funny, Santa. All right. So let us dive in. So we've got Sudeshna Ghosh. You are up times two. So here's for your first one here. And you wanted to know you and your family have booked tickets on February 1st to go to Ranchi, if I'm pronouncing that right. Will we be able to go or any problems can come? What will happen? All right, we'll look at current energies here. See what we got going on. So, will you all be able to go? Okay. And if not, I feel like someone's gonna poop out. We'll see who that is. It's not you, I don't think. We'll see. And then any problems gonna come in the process there. Okay, we got those. And then what will happen when you go? Based on current energies, of course. This will be overall because everyone is going to experience it differently, right? Everyone has that power to choose. In the bottom of the deck, we do have this wonderful Ace of Wands, which is movement and action energy. Also, remembering our energetic power, too. whatever we focus on is what grows and expands. So it's always, you know, for our benefit to focus on what we're grateful for around a situation and not what we're fearing, right? So it's, just inquiring, you know, based on current energies, how it's going to happen. Is everyone going to get to go? Da da da. If it's oh God, are we going to be able to go? Are there going to be any problems? What's going to happen? If it's fearful energy, we're going, come on, stuff. We're inviting all of it in, right? But when we just are like, "I'm just curious," not investing a lot of energy in it, but just curious, and then the rest of the time is gratitude for all the vacations and things we've had before, and when we're in that energy of gratitude, it comes to us more easily instead of we're pushing it, making it harder, right? So, I like that. So, first of all, is everyone gonna be able to go? Yeah, I like this. We got the Four of Swords, which is rest and relaxation, and the Hierophant, which is, it's an energy of seeing things from a higher perspective. It is a lot of, um, it's a change energy. Let's see here what's underneath. Who, yeah, there's someone with a Knight of Pentacles. This is the person. I feel like there's one person that can't go because they wait too long to ask for the time off. Like they have good intentions to or something, but they wait too long and then they can't have the time off. So they choose to stay behind and everyone else gets to go. But there is someone that I think they're known for um, dropping the ball and going, oh, that's right. I was meant to ask it off. Now I can't. There's too many people that asked off already. And they're like, "All right, well, we'll see ya. Can you feed the dogs?" But so it feels like it's good here because it does feel like this event, there's a lot of learning and growth that happens among your family when you guys go. So I like that. Well, I like that you learn and grow. We'll see what happens here. Any problems, gonna come with this at all? Oh, we got the Knight of Wands, got fast moving energy. And you got the Six of Wands, which is victory, and then Three of Cups is family and tribe and joy. So victory and joy energy. This Knight of Wands is the quest of stepping into our power, remembering our power, right? So, um, I feel like they're saying the only problems each of you will have are the ones that you fear and focus on is what you draw to you, each individually. So if you're like, I can't control what everyone else is gonna focus on, but I'm gonna focus on gratitude. And if you can spread as much, "Hey, let's focus on gratitude," that's gonna draw wonderful experiences to us. They might be like, "You're crazy." You're like, "Well, try it," because I feel like if you do it, you're gonna have this wonderful stuff that happens to you, and they're gonna go, "Wow, that does work." It's like it's how the universe runs. But everything looks overall good here with that joy and happiness energy. What's gonna happen overall? Yeah, oh my gosh. And then what's underneath here too? Yeah. So I shouldn't say that without showing you the cards, right? You just got a lot of bubbling up emotional energy with the Moon card, also the High Priestess, and the Nine of Swords. There is some, this is expectations and with the Nine of Swords, and it's like the stuff bubbles up. So it depends. You said February 1st. Yeah. February 1st is, I think, the next full moon that we have, and I think it's in Leo. Alright, gotta check. Without really spilling my real tea. Let me just move that, alright. I think February 1st is, yep, the full moon in Leo. Boom, boom, boom. So, there is gonna be a lot of fiery, it's a fire moon, but there is a lot of bubbling up of emotional energy. And some people will experience some fears and expectations not being fulfilled. And, but that, again, this goes back to that whole learning experience. Whatever you focus on is what we get more of, right? So if you might become a little a little gratitude guru to tell everyone here with the 7 of Pentacles and the 9 of Pentacles. Gratitude energy with the 9 of Pentacles, this fullness, but this is you with spirit being happy and fulfilled. And 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but it's trusting, you know, that some people might be upset that things didn't go exactly as they wanted it to, and that's none of your business. You're like, they get to be whatever they wanna be, but, you know, the more you focus on gratitude, the more amazing time you're gonna have. Have you ever been on a vacation where there's someone just determined to have a bad time? And they're like, I don't wanna do that. I'm just gonna stay in the hotel room." And you're like, "We could've done that at home. I'm gonna go to the beach, and then I'm gonna go on this. I'm gonna go check out these shops, and then I'll text you because 'cause I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna eat at that place that I really wanted to eat at." And especially if you have more people and like, "We're gonna eat there. I'll text you on the way back to see if you want anything," but I feel like someone's being a real, um, maybe nice. Surprise, surprise. Just being a putz, that's a good word. It's like being a stick in the mud. Like, and that's alright. You can let them have whatever experience they want, you're not responsible for it because 'cause you're gonna choose to have a great time no matter what, right? They're reminding me, there's this one time that I went to visit my dad in Hawaii. Yeah, he lives in Hawaii. Paradise. I Too hot and humid for me, I'm a mountain boy. A mountain man, sorry, I'm old now. But, um, a friend of mine, um, she used her points for the flight, and, um, that's a mute point really with where we're going with the story, but, when I flew from here to Denver, and then Denver to Fort Worth, and then Fort Worth to LA, and then LA is when we were going to get the, the flight, you know, over to Hawaii. Well, everything was going good. You know, I was traveling for hours and hours, and while we were in the air from Fort Worth to LA to begin our final leg, when we landed, I took my phone off of airplane mode, all these text messages about delay, 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 canceled flight. And, you know, it was like, well, there was something wrong with the plane, and I'm like, "Well, thank God they weren't just like, well, we'll give it a try, let's risk it," you know? They were like, "No, we gotta cancel," and there was no other flights that day, because it was the evening by the time I got all the way over there, and, um but there was a choice. There was people in line that were mad and throwing a tantrum and asking for managers, and there's a big long line of people waiting to get rebooked and everything, and some people are demanding more, and I want more, and I want you to I need to get there. You need to find a way to get us there, you know, all this stuff, and you're just like, "Whoa." They were like on the calling security and stuff because some people are getting really mad. But then there was 3 of us that we just started chatting in line, a lady from Australia, and I think a lady from Germany, and we were just like, "Blah, blah, blah," and having a great time and whatever, and, you know, just that real positive energy, and you're like, we were having a great time. It's a horrible time, but it just shows you that everyone can have the same experience, or the same events happening, but we can all experience it differently, and I feel like that's what the big thing is that they're talking about with you. Yeah. And then you have stillness. Here you are. This is you represented of the gratitude guru. Guru. You have stillness. It says the noise of the world cannot reveal what silence already knows. Turn inward and listen through your heart where divine guidance flows without interference. I love it. So everyone else, "Meow, meow, meow," just get silent and get still and listen. And, you know, like I said, choose gratitude. I like that for you. All right. So that's for your first one. Thank you again for your dual donations. We will go to your next one here in a sec. Let me just say hello to Moonlight. Hey, Moonlight. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your donation. I see I got an email from you too here. I'll check that out when I get to your reading. real quick and see if there's anything to comment on there. I'll reply to your email as well. Glad you're enjoying your hedge. All right. So I think that's any. No one else has come in. All right. So we'll circle back on where we're at, just so everyone knows. We got one more for Sudeshna, then we have one for Sudeshni, and then Moonlight. You'll be right up after that. I think. Yep. All right. So for number two, Sudeshna, you've got 1 hour and 17 seconds. So here's both your timestamps. And so we wanted to know here with Priya Ambada. I'm totally murdering that. So this is a family member. Can you check when she'll get better? How will her health be in the upcoming future? Health not doing so good under doctor consultation. Yeah, I know. Disclaimer. Oh, very good. Thank you. All right. So let's take a look here. Let's step into their energy here. So when will she get better? Let's pull a when card here. We got this wonderful when deck that we have. So based on current energies. Nope, we don't want those. We want this one here. All right. We'll see the when and how will her health be in the upcoming time. What can we know here? Okay, we got those and this here. Boom, boom, boom. And then, yeah. All right. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Swords, which is clarity coming in, some new information. Feels positive, getting to the root of what's going on so that we can, take the actions to make change. So I like that being on the bottom of the deck. When is she going to get better? We've got June 21st to July 1st. Based on this, but we got the Two of Cups. Aren't these beautiful cards? This is my new when deck here because it has the yes and the water element. Got Venus in Cancer, but this is also the power of emotional choice. So the more that we can, focus in on higher vibration emotions around them, helping them uplift their spirits, making it easier because we can't choose it for them, but we can do stuff that we know helps, make them laugh and make them smile and bring them joy, distract them from focusing on not feeling good. And, anything we can do that helps raise their vibration helps their body. Because when they're in fear and in lower vibration, anything with stress and holding on to old emotions, those types of things that eventually leaks out of our bodies, right? So um, I like that awareness, but that's why it's June 21st to July 1st when things based on current energies, if she continues to do what she's always done, takes that long for them to really start to see impact where it starts to kind of balance out and start getting better. But it can be sooner if she changes her emotional choices, right? Because even if you check, like, what are the spiritual and emotional reasons for whatever symptoms or dis-ease that's there, like Louise Hay's book, You Can Heal Your Life, heal your body, heal your life. Because it's all emotionally based. There's something that expresses itself through the body. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, and we have the World card. So there's a victory, there's a change of the old and the beginning of a fresh start energy. That's good here. Yeah, the Justice card too, balancing energy. So, they are saying things will balance out, things will get better. The faster we balance out the emotions, the more it her body gets to kick in and start helping. That's why when we change our emotional state, by our power of choice and choose to be happy, choose to laugh, choose joy as much as we can, do the things that make us feel good instead of, focusing in on and downward spiral, right? Under the surface here, yeah, we got the moon. So here's that moon energy. We definitely got all of that. These are three major arcana here. But there's definitely a lot of emotions below the surface that have been stuffed down and not transmuted and transformed and haven't, allowed their inner child to feel a lot of the emotions that from very young too, it feels like. Yeah, because there's the Six of Swords with the change of mindset, letting go of some old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective, allows movement of mind, change of the story, which then also then leaks out to the outside world. Yeah, and again, we've got temperance and balance. Trust the process; it will unfold, but it is happening for a purpose. It's not punishment. It's just awareness that comes up, and this could be where a lot of the clarity comes in. It's interesting. Under the Ace of Swords, we do have the Five of Pentacles. So there are some emotions around lack and um, not being feeling like I'm enough. Those fears that have to do with, self-worth, have really been a big impact for them. So once that gets transformed more and more, then health also, um, because when we're not listening to our inner children, our mental inner child, which was formed between 7 and 14, our emotional inner child that was formed between 7 years old all the way back into the womb. If we don't listen to them, our teenager inner our body, which was formed and really kicks in like puberty, right? 14 to 21. If we're not listening to the younger children, the 7-year old and under, the 7 to 14-year-old, then the teenager, which is the body, which is the older sibling in a way, says, "I'll get their attention for you." "Ow, what happened?" So interesting, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, we got free will, power of choice. Here's that ace of swords. So this would be to this individual. You are a sovereign being, fully capable of directing your life with intention and clarity. The divine respects your power to choose, offering guidance, but never interference. And it's true. They don't feel like there's a wrong way or a right way. There's just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. It's like if a child is playing like a video game, we're not like, "Oh, you're doing it wrong. You need to stop that. You're gonna get killed in the game." They're like, "You're playing a game. It's not you're learning and growing through it. You're not really gonna die over this game." And that's the way, spirit is. They're like, "We know we're eternal beings. This is just a character, an avatar. We're playing in a giant video game. And so this isn't forever. This is just an experience. This isn't real. It's energy formed like on a TV to play a character. Doesn't really exist. It's energy formed to experience something. And then when we're done, we just go back and get absorbed into our higher self again. So I like it. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what we got there for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Okay, see your question there, Moonlight. And then Cat Mia is in the house. Meow meow, Cat Mia. All right, I got your free question on the list here as well. Let me just update these real quick here. Okay, I'll stop looking at those. All right. Okay, so we'll continue here. Let's take another little sip of hot coffee. Cheers, cheers. All righty. So, Sudeshni, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Oh, let me see. Are these letting me? I'm gonna give these a love. Are they letting me do likes? No, they don't let me do likes in this one. So Sudeshna, sorry, I didn't give yours little love. So I did that. And then Sudeshni, we'll give that one a love as well. All right. And let's see, are you seeing before? Yeah. So thank you for your patience with the change. If you didn't see the little blurbs that I put out, I'm doing it for my own health and my own balance. And I know it. Um, that's one of the things why I waited so long to do it. It's because my international. I know it puts everyone late at night or like you said, 2 a.m. in the morning. And so, um, although sometimes I'm on for 4 or 5 hours, I might be there in the morning when you wake up. Like, "Good morning." But, I do now in my morning, I post it bright and early. Well, not bright and early, it's more like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, but, so the chat is created and like you did, you can make a donation throughout the day, either through the super chat or even Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Square, any of those. Anyone can do that throughout the day. And you can put your question in the chat and it saves it all day. And I kind of pop in throughout the day and see if there's any, and I grab them anyway to create the list just because I'm a Capricorn rising, but also just in case anything happens with YouTube, I want to make sure that it doesn't all go bye-bye, you know? So, I do that throughout the day here and there as I check in on it. So, that's exactly what you can do, and thank you, for your patience with all that. It'll help me stay alive and be able to do readings longer. Alright, so, I got your timestamp, and then, your donation and your question here too. Let me just see if there was anything else that you might have mentioned here. Let me just check down here. So it's about your surgery. Yeah, the Sudeshas are famous, like you said. All right, very good. So, of course, whenever we're asking about health, I always just have to mention the disclaimer down in the description box that, tarot's for fun, it's for entertainment purposes, and for any big decisions in life, I'm not a licensed medical professional or any of those. So, you know, individuals should consult those professionals in making decisions in their life. So, disclaimer said, check, check. So, let's take a look here. All right, let's take a look here. So, we'll do a when card here. See, when is your surgery? Is it going to be in January or okay? Something came flying out here. We'll take a look. Um, with that, and then, anything else they want you to know about the surgery based on current energies? Since it's kind of just a yes or no question, well, they always like the opportunity to talk when they can. So based on current energies, you do have the 9 of Cups, which is it's kinda like a dream come true energy, you know, see if I can get it to focus in a little bit. These are beautiful cards. There it is. And the timing is March 1st to March 10th. So it looks like with whatever energies have been going on, it's been temporarily moved, but it's Jupiter in Pisces. And of course, Jupiter is a planet of expansion and abundance. And with the 9 of Cups, it feels like with the delay, it's for your highest good. Of course, it always is anyway, any delays and stuff we have. But, based on current energies, it's like, yeah, um, with it being delayed with the direction you were going with your energies and all your choices in life, they're like a delay puts you in a better place at that time, meaning your own physical, mental, emotional being, but also maybe the doctor, the surgeon, the place, it's like instead of getting the mediocre the mediocre or the brand new surgeon, you get the experienced one who's an expert in it, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, you got them? You're so lucky," versus, "Uh-oh, you got he used to be a veterinarian, and they gave him an honorary doctorate for doing surgeries on humans." What? I don't want them. All right. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the 2 of swords, which does tell me that there is the opportunity to change the story of timing and everything too. So it's like anything future, it's fluid and flexible. So we'll see what advice they want to put you here. Yeah. With the judgment card, you are being drawn by your higher self. So feel the nudge, feel it that if there's a different route to go, or if you feel drawn, again, the 20 card of the judgment breaks down, 2 plus 0 is 2. You got this 2 energy of the power of choice, the power of choice. If you have a choice to make, close your eyes, open your heart, and go, what do you want? And then feel that nudge. If you're like, I don't know what to do, I always tell my friends, close your eyes, open your heart, what comes out? They're like, "Oh, I wanna do this." I'm like, "There you go." It's usually very when we close our eyes and which shuts off our brain in a way, and we allow our to hear from our heart, we're like, the answers come very quickly and more clearly for us. What else? You got the Hermit and the Justice card. This does give you a little kind of nudge to take some time away to balance and to see things from a different perspective, but that hermit is step away and connect with the spirit world. They'll give you guidance, if you ask, because they're there for you here. And you got another balancing energy with the Six of Pentacles that things do balance out in your physical body. You got the Seven of Wands and the Ace of Cups. Yeah. So I like this Ace of Cups because this is about following your heart, like we were talking about here. Nurture yourself, though. And the Seven of Wands is know that you're divinely guided and protected, this little bubble around you. But there's also this energy of choose what you're wanting to do. Don't be afraid to ask what you're wanting. Um, because if we back out out of fear of going, oh, I can't do this, this is about ask creator what you want and why. They'll handle the how and the when and that energy, and even the who is going to do the surgery and all that if we release that, but also ask of humans things that you're wanting regarding this too. And don't be afraid. What's the worst they can say is no, but if we never ask, that could have been a yes around something too. So hopefully that helps. It looks positive here. Yeah, and you are an eternal being. I like this eternal. It says, you are an eternal spark of divinity spanning dimensions and lifetimes. Take peace in remembering that the light of source energy resides within you, offering a direct connection to infinite wisdom and unconditional love. So again, remember who you are. You're part of the creator. You're a mini creator. So you have the ability to ask for whatever you're wanting. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshini. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. And again, thank you for your patience and the changes and the times and all that. We'll still connect here, and if you put your questions out there, you know, you'll be able to look at the pinned comment after the session and click on it and go directly to your reading as well. So, and the energy is still there because this energy we experience is eternal outside of space and time. So it's going to be like you're watching live in a way. I'm still going to be as silly as I always am. Trust me. All right. So cheers to you. Many blessings. All right. Turn down one notch here. All right. And then we've got Moonlight. You are up. Here is your time stamp. Boom, boom, boom. And thank you for your donation and the little heart there. Let me take a look here at your. I was going to click on my tablet with my mouse. That's not going to work. Right? Yeah, boundaries. I agree. Yes. Right? That peace when yeah, I love that awareness, and I'll respond to your email. I won't talk about it here. I'll keep it private, but, I like that. I like what you said. I'm picking up what you're putting down. All right. So for your reading right now, though, you would like an update on NN, please. Did they pull back due to your boundaries? How do they feel about your change? And what are their feelings? And will they make any actions? All right. We'll take a look here. See what's happening. All righty. So, updates on NN. What can we know about them? All right. Thank you. Evidently, those three cards came flying out of the deck. And then did they pull back due to your boundaries? Okay. I feel like I do want this one here, but there's that under the surface too. All right, let me do it this way. We've got these two, and then that one, and then that one. Subterranean below the surface. Let me just move like that. There we go. Fit them all in order there. How do they feel about your change? Okay, and that one too. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like there was some different stages. When you began to change, as you maintained your change, and as you've solidified into your change. That's what I feel like this is a little progression. And then what are their feelings? Will they take any actions? What actions can we know about here? All right. I feel like we've got all the cards here. Yeah, with the energy below the surface here, of course, you have no idea what they're seeing when they look in the mirror. And I feel like this is good to know overall as your underlying energy is that, you know, we think like if I'm a lion and someone's looking at me, in a mirror I'm the mirror and they're looking at themselves in me, I think they see a lion, but really because I'm the lion holding the mirror, but on that side they're seeing themselves, and they're a porcupine and they're like, "Oh, you're all prickly." And you're like, "I'm prickly. Have you looked at yourself?" This is gonna be interesting, right? Buckle up, buttercup. So it is interesting because, we'll never know how people see us because everyone sees us differently. So when we're wondering, "I wonder how they see me. I wonder how this person sees me. I wonder how this person sees me." They don't see us clearly, so sometimes it's just more of, and I feel like that's what you're learning, right, is that other people's opinion of you doesn't define you, but sometimes it's interesting to know how other people are perceiving us to go, "Huh," and I can't control it because 'cause I've been really surprised in my life how people that I got to know, their first impressions of me, and I'm like, "What? You really thought I was that?" And they're like, "Well, yeah," and then I got to know you, and then I'm like, "Oh, it wasn't what I thought at all," and I'm like, "Okay," you know, interesting. Because a lot of people, when they first meet me, not a lot, but there's been a significant amount of people that have told me, "You're intimidating," and I'm like, "I am?" And then I learned, "No, you're intimidated by what you see, but you don't see clearly, so, you know, what are you gonna do?" All right, let's see what we got here. I know you get that. Yeah. Yeah, confirmations, that's another way to look at it too. I like that. Alright, so let's get the updates. So first of all, let me highlight oops, come on mouse, don't be that way. Don't be that way. Alright, here. So this is the updates overall on NN. Got the 3 of Cups. Uh-huh, uh-huh. We do have the Sun card and the 8 of Pentacles too with all this here. So they are going through their transformation here. The Sun card is a bright light. It's a lot of inner child work too. But this 3 of Cups, this is one of the cards, and immediately I know when I get this, if it's a third person kind of scenario, like there's another person involved in their heart kind of energy, and that's what I feel is happening here, is that they have a love and another love interest, um, that's out there, but when you're looking at all this energy of going, you have boundaries, you have changed, you, when I look into the mirror of you, I feel less than, because I'm again, like, I'm intimidated by your strength that you have for boundaries, and I don't have that, and so I'm feeling like less than, right? Like the caterpillar sees the butterfly going, "Well," and you're like, "Well, if you go through the cocoon, you can have these too." And they're like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't think I could do that." Um, and but they're like, "Hey, there's a caterpillar. They'll appreciate my lack of wings and all the things they feel they're lacking, like, the thoughts they think that you have about them is that they're lacking, they're not enough, they don't do things right, blah, blah, these, whispers that they have against themselves, they could have you in their mind, a little miniature you there saying these things when you're not really saying them, but it's them with a little finger puppet going, "No, I said blah, blah, blah," and it's not you, it's them telling themselves these things, but through this image that you're the one that's thinking it. Um, and this kind of energy that's here feels like they're, you know, well, that person has no expectations on me. Um, and they're below me. They're like a caterpillar that's just hatched out of an egg. You know, I'm a they're gonna look up to me. And that's kind of with has to do with their esteem, right? So I feel like that's kind of where they're at here. We'll see here. Did they pull back due to the boundaries? Is this one right? Yeah. So this is the one. Did they pull back from the boundaries? Yep. The 10 of Swords and the Queen of Wands. I feel like kind of what I was talking about here. This is like all the expectations, and here's the fireness of who you are, and the power of who you are. And I feel like those things I was mentioning are there. Let's see what's below the surface here, because we have below the surface and then the subterranean that they may not even be aware of. But I feel like these top two things is they felt like you had a lot of expectations on them that they were going to disappoint you, and that they can't do anything right. And the Queen of Wands is you're so strong, and you're so, you know, you're a strong personality, you're a fiery personality, and um that intimidates me, as feels what's going on here, right? Below the surface, yeah, they had the 10 of Cups. They still had this, joy energy. They enjoy being around you and feeling your energy and feeling, you know, that the emotional energy, which, moths are attracted to light, right? Sometimes, the light in the night attracts the bugs. You just need to be one of those bug zappers. Maybe that's what it is with the Queen of Wands. You're a bug zapper. So you're this bright light and you draw these bugs and zip, 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 zip. And they're like, ow, ow. I don't like this. Subterranean below the surface. Yeah, the King of Cups. This is a balance between head and heart. And I do feel here, you know, quite often I talk about how they can look at we can look at someone and go, "Wow, you're so compatible. You're like everything that I have wanted and feel like I need." But I don't feel like I again, with that 10 of swords, it's like, I talk about a five-fingered glove and a three-fingered hand, and, like, they're a three-fingered hand, and you're a five-fingered glove, and yeah, you you fit over the three fingers, and but there's two fingers on the glove that are empty. You are enough for them, but they don't feel like they're enough for you. And I feel like that's what's really below the surface here, is like, I could be happy with you, but I don't think you would be happy with me. And eventually you would be like, if you don't change, you're out of here. Is there perception? So whether that's true or not, up to them, right? Um, let's see here. How do they feel about your changes? So in the beginning, yeah, the Ace of Cups, they were like, "Wow," they were seeing your self-love, and they were kinda like, "I wish I could do that." And when like, "You can, we all can, but we're not all ready for it at the same time either, right?" It's like, "It's not my season to go into the cocoon yet, so once you get there, you'll understand." But if you haven't gone through the cocoon phase, which we choose the period that we wanna experience it before we come down here. We all choose different times. Sometimes they overlap with others, but we can never know what's the secret date or range that someone chose that they wanted to go through the cocoon to transform to become butterfly. Some of them never choose. Like, some people want a lifetime of, "I never wanna transform. I want to have that caterpillar anxiety all of my life." Afraid someone's gonna step on me. You don't wanna experience fluttering like a butterfly? Not in this one, because 'cause they've had other lifetimes, that they'll experience it, but sometimes we choose or at the very end, like the last year of my life, I'll transform, but the rest of it, I wanna just be anxiety, right? So, very interesting there. That was the beginning, that energy of like, "Wow," and then yep, the the King of Wands and the Moon card. Here's okay, you got the Moon card, yay! So here's your energy, and this is them, and they're like, "Well, we can be compatible. The lion can learn to swim in the water." And I feel like in the beginning with the changes, they're like, I can handle this. If it gets too much, flooding emotional water, I can just turn it into steam and vapor and not get drowned by it, you know, is how so I feel like they started off going, I can handle this. I can do this. Yeah. And then they had the Six of Cups. And they kind of reverted into this. It's like the old them came back and childhood emotions bubbled up with them, and that those feelings of insecurity are what kicked in with that. Um, the changes suddenly changed from them feeling like they're two adults in a relationship. It suddenly started to feel like parent child, and I feel like they were like, "Oh, I liked it when we feel like we're adults, but now I feel like I'm less than." That had your changes are for you, how it impacts others, it's gonna be different for everyone. Everyone's gonna see it in a different way, right? So, yeah, you can't fix people's self-esteem, that's right. Stop carrying other people's dreams. Whoop, whoop, I love it. Or do their work, and I'm good with that. Isn't that wonderful that you can release that and do that, and I feel like, that's where they're at with it, but I feel like this last card underneath was for you, which is your peace of mind. You've let the expectations go, you're seeing it from a higher perspective, so you're in this wonderful place of mental peace and release of, I'm not taking on the responsibility of everyone else's story choices, emotional choices, energetic choices, and actions. That's all you. I'm sweeping in front of my own door. I'm managing my story, my emotions, my energy, my actions. And that's as far as my control goes, so and I love that. Right, what else did we have here? Um, feelings and this one's what are their feelings, right? Yeah, there's this we got the emperor energy, which is like that king of wands of this I feel like and with the page of pentacles, I feel like they're looking for another opportunity for them to kind of be able to step back into how they feel like an authority or like I'm not a servant, I'm not less than. I feel like they're waiting for an opportunity for them to like be able to step up and be, wait a minute, and I feel like their kind of feelings are with the 3 of Pentacles is kind of more of like friendship energy right now with the 3 of Pentacles. It's like collaborating and friends, and I feel like they're like, "For now, I'm just gonna be happy with that, but eventually something can change, and then I'll take that opportunity to step back in." So they're kind of just going, "Well, something's gonna happen." Like, I don't feel like I'm gonna take action right now. I feel like I'm just going to stand back and back off a little bit and wait and see what unfolds with that. Which, yay, that always works out good for well, sometimes that does work out. We need to wait. But if we're like, "Yeah, that's too much work. I'm just gonna stand back and see what happens." Nothing happens. Nothing changes until we do, right? So, I like that. And then and then are they gonna make any actions here? Yeah, I feel like when they're looking for that whenever they're looking for that nourishment, for that sensuality, for that sense of, again, that nurturing energy, that's when they get courage. When they can't, when they feel that need to be fulfilled and to get some emotional attention or physical attention, then that's when they'll take action. But we got the 7 of Pentacles, which is last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and the 9 of Swords is all these fears and expectations that hold them back from acting on things, right? So again, that just kind of supports that non-action message that we had of, well, we'll see what happens. And then when they feel like I really miss that wonderful nurturing feeling and all that. Excuse me. And then they're like, "Well, don't come looking here for that. I don't give that away for free anymore. You gotta earn my trust. You gotta earn to receive it. Not I'm not just, you know, not giving it away for free. There's certain things that need to be happening for me to be open to giving that, as we had, right? Your cocoon was getting too small. I got some flying to do. I love it. I will always care and help those in need, but not at any cost. Yeah. Not um not at your sacrifice, right? I like that analogy that spirit gave me in my life. Instead of being a barrel where I plug everyone in and give away all my life force and I'm not getting, filling up and I feel empty, I feel exhausted, and then I feel resentful later. Instead, I traded in that barrel for a beautiful chalice that you can't connect anything into. Everyone can only get overflow. And so if I'm full and I'm at the brim and I'm overflowing, then they get the overflow, but I get the substance. I get to feel full and complete as well. So I like that for you. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. You've got yeah, blindness. Yes. This says blind spots of unawareness may be interfering with their ability to see clearly. because I feel like this is their energy since we're talking about them, right? Call truth to the surface, even if it disrupts your comfort, for clarity begins with the willingness to see, right? But they blind themselves. They're like, "No, no, no. La, 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 la. I don't wanna hear this or see this. La, la, la. I just wanna keep things the way it is," right? So, yep, yep, yep. That is the way it is, it seems. Right. So, and then, like I said, I'll reply to your email regarding your hedge either tonight or tomorrow morning, which would be your tomorrow night or your tonight because it's morning there right now. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear. All right. I think that was it for donations. So let's take a look here. We said we had Tim De La Gem come in. Hey, Tim. How's it going here? Happy Saturday to you too. Oh, very good about your surgeries and stuff. You're so funny. Radical and good, but older now. Getting out for coffee or a tea would be okay. I like that. So may what you plan be is thrilling for you, whatever it's radical. Very good. I love that, Tim. Thank you for that. And then Sudeshni, I see your free question here. Let me add that onto the list here. All right. So I think we are good to go. We'll start on free readings here in a moment. I'm just going to take a quick sip and then we'll dive in. So thank you guys so much for being here and for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and you are part of the giant tsunami of Brother Zen love, the Zen love, right? So thank you guys so much. It does help spread the love and helps with the little algorithm. It draws people in with magic. So cheers. Thank you guys for that. All right. So we will grab this stack here. Let's shuffle these up. See what we have happening. All right. So let's see. I'll go through the list really quick just in case anyone wants to know where they're at here. So we've got Content will be up first, and then we got Maria P, Ashul, Sudeshni. Oh, wait. Oh, that was this the question before. I didn't even read it before you were commenting. So that's not you yet. So after Ashul is Santa, and then Jojo, Ateshi, Techo Love, Livier Vagara, and then Jean XO, then Dollface Diva, then Cat Mia, and then Sudeshni. So that's where we're at. And so let's dive in. See what we have happening here. So Content, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you'd like a general for next week. What do we got here? What did they want you to know next week? All right, you got 3 cards. All right. Yeah, there is a change of direction here with the 3 of Wands. So, and this is you changing directions, and we do have here, of course, the sun, which does shine a bright light on your path, and the even the Hierophant is about seeing things from a higher perspective, and the card of or the number of change, being the number 5. The sun card can also be like because you get something and it um you know it's like the culmination of something and you're like, yeah, it didn't bring me what I really wanted, and so I'm going to change directions because I got that. I thought it was going to bring me more, or it was going to feel different. And it's like, yeah, I'm just not, maybe I was interested in this a while ago and I've been sticking to it, but now I'm like, yeah, it's time for me to change. It's time for me to kind of revert and go a different direction. And I feel like that's what comes in here next week is, so don't be afraid to, go, it's time for stepping into a different direction, little unknown energy, which I know our inner child just adores that. It doesn't, at least in the beginning, until we allow it to become comfortable with the unknown and let the unknown become our norm. Then it doesn't mind the unknown because that's the norm. Um, it's interesting how it pops up that way. But that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right, and then let's see here. Somewhere you said the funny thing is that you often used to carry, yeah, everyone's dreams and problems, never asking for anything. Believe them more than yeah. And I know for me personally, when I did that, I was defining my worth by my ability of what I could do for others. Like you said, I think you said this in the email, right? That you realize my worth isn't defined by that. So why am I doing all this? Good question. And then we're like, I'm going to stop. When we realize, wait a minute, if my worth isn't defined by that, why am I exhausting myself doing it? You're like, bing, bing, bing. So I love that. All right. So many blessings to you. And we got the Heart Sense. Hey, Heart Sense. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Let's grab that. We'll get you on the list here. So we'll jump to you first here. And then Tim Dillijam put out the resume into the ether labeled possible jobs, A, B, or C. Which one will contact you first? All right. Very good. We'll add you onto the free list here. My brother. All right. So, but before we continue with the free readings, we're going to jump over here to Heart Sense. So, Heart Sense, thank you so much for your donation. Here is your timestamp. We'll give that a love. These don't let me do likes here, but it lets me love it, so that's good. We'll take it. And you're like a general. Good to see you. I was just thinking about you. I think I saw your name pop up in one of my screens when I'm going through my little YouTube studio. And I was like, oh, I wonder how you're doing. And boom, here you are. It was actually earlier today. So you sent a message that you were arriving. Dun, da, da, da. All right. So let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Wow. All right. So we got those 6 cards. What else? We do have this. What else? We got these and these and this one too. All right. What do we have happening here? Okay. So let me just scooch these around here. Oh, okay. That all makes sense. It makes heart sense. Boom, boom. All right. Bottom of the deck. We start off with the 5 of Swords, which does represent kind of a conflicting energy that's coming in. And we'll find out more about this because that was 6 cards I had. 5 of them moved off by themselves, leaving 1. So there's 5 cards, the 5 swords, and then whatever this is, this extra card is, I feel it will tell us something, maybe more of where why it's happening, why the conflict is happening, and where it's taking you kind of energy. And that's what happens, in our life. We've got things that are like bubbling below the surface and impacting us. And then, but when we have conflict, it's like, "Psst, here, I'm here." It's to bring the attention to it so we can transform it and free ourselves from it as well, right? Been so busy with work. Yeah, I'm glad that you're able to catch this live too. I'm actually now I'm Wednesday through Sunday evenings, starting at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. I've I'm not I think this was starting like not this last week, but the week before I started it with that. You're like, ugh, yes. So let's take a look here. What's the conflict here with these 5 cards? So we've got The Two of Pentacles. Yeah, right? Make your way through paperwork. Ugh. So the Two of Pentacles is a balancing energy, but it also is the battle between, like, the head and the heart, right? The mind, and that can be the Five of Swords. The mind saying, "Do this, do this, do this," and the heart going, "No, I wanna do this," and they're like the push me, pull me, like in Doctor Dolittle. One wants to take you this way, the other wants to, and it's going back and forth. That's like a lot of the struggle, and I feel like this has to do with, you know, being drawn in 2 different directions in the physical world too. Yeah, and there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of urgency, it feels like, coming in with this Eight of Wands around things, which is always a wonderful feeling where we're like, "Oh my god, I'm running out of time and there's not enough to do," and etcetera. Are you good? Do you get the 10 of Wands? No, not here. But I'm getting the 10 of Wands in my head, which this is something to do with, um yeah, everything in, like, the 10 of Wands is doing an energetic inventory. Everything feels like it's urgent. Everything feels like it's important these days because that's what we hear everywhere. Everything's urgent. Everything's important. Get it all done. You have to do it all. And we're like, you're crazy. And there is this wonderful, and we do have like this Empress energy here, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture stepping into the Empress, that I'm the ruler over my kingdom, this my queendom, right? The empress, my empire, and that I get to choose what's truly urgent, truly important to me, not the supposed to be and everyone else, blah, blah, blah. But to me, what's truly urgent and truly important to me and why? That's bucket one. Bucket 2 is what are those things that are truly important to me, but not urgent? Something I can put on my calendar for later. So it's off my mind. I know when it's going to become urgent. So I'll put it ahead so it doesn't become urgent. But I can put that in and I will get to that on those days. But today, just important, urgent, whatever is on the calendar, I'll do with it on those days. So it's there. I know it gets out of here, right? And you don't loop it while you're sleeping, trying to sleep, going, "Oh my god, I hope I don't forget." The brain's like, I'll make sure you don't forget. I'll just loop it all night for you. How's that? I'm so kind." And we're like, "Oh, no." So if we write it down, it's on a calendar somewhere or on an electronic calendar, whatever. Okay, now I can do that. And then bucket 3 are those things that say, I'm urgent," but they're not important. And we're like, "I don't need to do anything with bucket 3. I'm gonna put it in there if I finish everything in bucket 1. If I'm well enough ahead in bucket 2 that I'm bored, I can stick my hand in bucket 3 and go, 'What out of this do I wanna do?' Oh, okay, I'll do this." Or I don't even have to do anything at all. And it's, splitting that out helps me get peace. It helps me prioritize my life and the things that are happening, and I get the clarity. And then and I know exactly what I am gonna work on today because that is the what's urgent and important to me is today in this moment, right? And I like this too because I feel like, you mentioned, the mind and its practical matters are taking over, and you got the Lovers card and the Nine of Cups, which is the emotional dream come true, emotional choice energy with the Lovers card, Gemini energy too. Mental energy, the twins battling in our head, the human side and the higher self side, which is the Gemini twins. So we've got this energy here of getting back to our heart. What is my true north? What is my why? And then that's what that's how we determine what all of this is, right? The buckets. Because if I don't know what is truly important to me, I go back to my why and go, "Oh, my that's my true north, my North Star, my north on my compass." If it doesn't support this, then it's not important. So does it support this? And then if it doesn't, bucket 3, right? Or the bucket. Um, so I like that. Where's this leading you to? Yeah, the hangman, taking a pause, seeing things from a higher perspective, transformation energy. I like this Pisces Neptune energy that comes with the hangman, which is again kind of stepping into that our dream, our true dream, our emotional dream come true, not the mind's dream come true, but the emotional dream come true. Because when we get drawn into the mind, right, we end up feeling like we're existing. We feel like we're living to work instead of working to live and follow our dream, to live and instead of feel like we're existing. And we know we wake up in the morning going, "Oh crap, I got to go live my dream today." That's not our dream. That's a dream we took on from someone else, but we get to, choose our our dream, our heart's dream. And so sometimes it does take that stepping back, hang upside down, see it from a different perspective so that we can realign and go, yeah, I am investing all this energy in things that are not important, and we get procrastination kicking up when we're trying to do something that our heart isn't. Our heart's like, I'm not going to help you do that. That doesn't support my dream. Yeah. I'm not gonna give you the oomph and the urge to do it. We're gonna be like, "God, I have to go do this and trudge through it." If it's supporting my dream in my heart, then my heart's like, "Yeah, let's do it. Let's get that done. Let's go this, because then we're gonna be able to do this and this and this." But if our heart isn't in it, that's why it becomes something that we're like, I can tell when I'm doing it because if there's something that I feel like I'm supposed to do or need to do, I will go do the dishes, I will go take out the trash, I'll go do all this stuff that I would normally wouldn't wanna do, um, just because I don't wanna do that. And we're like, "Oh, that's right." So, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Hierophant, which is your higher self having you look things, from a higher perspective. It's the card of change, a major arcana. It's like, let me see things from a that higher truth instead of the small t truth. Yeah, we got the Page of Wands and the Six of Pentacles. So this again balancing energy of the outside world, and the Page of Wands is where you get your excitement back here. Again, that energetic um, inventory is the 10 of Wands, the Page of Wands is the 11. So once we do that and we can balance things out, and then we're like, that's right. Instead of feeling everything's over here, I can take some things off to help balance stuff out and go, yeah, I'm when we get everything prioritized in alignment with our heart, then we're like, all right. Because sometimes we have our fears of, well, if you don't do this, then you're going to lose that and that. And you're like, you know what? That's okay if these things, because if I'm not living, I don't care because I'm just existing, just being a slave anyway. That's not living. It's just existing and being a workhorse. And I'm like, I want to truly live. What changes can I make to where I can live instead of exist? Let's see where this is coming here too. Yeah. So you've got this death and rebirth and the Ace of Swords, which is clarity, making new choices, endings and beginnings energy. So it's time to decide, and that's also the Ace of Swords, decide what needs to end and what needs to go forward. And then, the beginning of the deck, you were like, I feel like everything's demanding, everything's demanding. Well, then it transforms in the end here too, that I have a new energy instead of it feeling like a burden and there's not enough. I'm excited and I'm focusing my energy instead. There's um there's this great podcast by Mel Robbins, which I shared the Monday after Christmas. Let's see, I might have it here somewhere. Where do I have that? Let me put these cards back in here. But, there's this, kind of reflection she does at the end of every year, and I loved it. It really motivated me. It really brought me a lot of clarity. Have you seen her content? Her, let me see here, because the podcast let me just pull up here my notes list. Move this whoops. Let's move this over here out of the way. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it was right here. Is it this one? Come on. Oh, it appeared over here. I was like, "Why isn't it opening up?" Because I have it over here. So here's a link to the podcast, and this is good for anyone. I'm actually gonna include this, I think, in my podcast next week. No, tomorrow in my new moon. But here's the episode where she talks about it, and then there's actually this 20-page workbook that she does for free. All you have to do is sign up for her mailing list, and, she gives that here. Here's where you can sign up. But it was really amazing, and it's free, which is so generous of her. But she does it with her she d been with her husband for, like, 20 years or something, and then when her children got old enough, she started doing it with them, but it's a wonderful thing where you start off looking back over what stood out in January, what stood out in February, March. Kind of look through you scroll through like your phone, your pictures, your calendar, and go, what stood out? And then you decide what were your high points and what were your low points. And with the low points, you ask yourself, what did I need during those low points? And then what did I need for, or what patterns did I see in my high points? And then you decide, what do I want to continue? What I want to stop doing? And what do I want to start doing? And it's very, like when you look at your year and you don't beat yourself up with like the low points. You're just like, okay, I I see what wasn't working, and what do I want to do about that? You know, what did I need during those, and then what am I going to start doing, um, so I don't have those low points if they're if I want to. So it's really empowering, and it just allowed me to get really focused and excited and a lot of good awareness. So I like that. So, I don't think I gave you your fortune cookie yet. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. But I love that. It's so perfect for this new moon in Capricorn tomorrow. I'm gonna put out a video, either tonight, we'll see how energetic I am, or tomorrow morning. I'm gonna create a little short new moon in Capricorn video that talks about how to make the most of the new moon wishes and intentions, because Capricorn energy is over our it's rules over the house of work and career and dream kind of energy like that, but it helps us really with long-term planning, and it's perfect energy to do that. So I'm going to share this again tomorrow, but I like that. Yep. And here you go. Heart sense. Of course, you'd get a giant heart with wings. Remember who you are. You are love, right? And it says, "It is your true purpose to love and be loved. For love is the divine force that connects all of creation. Whether you're seeking love or nurturing it, remember that it begins from within yourself." Boom. I love it. You're a Capricorn sun and rising and a Cancer moon. Well, I'm a Aquarius sun, but I'm a Capricorn rising and a Pisces moon. So, all that emotional thinking, grounding energy, right? Psh, 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 psh. I get you. So this would be a great new moon for you too. Well, and a happy belated birthday if you're Cancer sun baby. You've had your birthday. So I love that. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit, and I'm excited for you. So many blessings. Cheers. Cheers to you. Let's see here. Okay. This wasn't updating. There it is. You're very welcome. Good to see you. All right. We got Sean G in the house. Hey, Sean. Hello, hello. Thank you. I see we got two donations via Zcash app. So you'll be up here in a moment. Good to see you. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone else. We got Just Alice Yee in the house. All right. Let's get you. Whoa, bing ding. And another one I think just came through. Thank you, Sean. So Just Alice, we got you on there. And I think that is it. Because the rest of this, I think, was us. And I got Tim on there. Yep. All right. Very good. So let's see here. Will this update? Yep, there it is. It took a moment for it to come through here. All right. Whoops. Where did the other one go to? Sorry, hold on just a sec here. Oh, no. That's right. I was like, wait, where did it go? But that was in the chat here. So I'm okay. I'm back. Woohoo. All right. So, Sean, thank you for your multiple donations here. So we'll have 3 for you here. And then we'll get back into free readings here in a little bit. Thank you guys again so much for your patience and getting into your readings. All right. So I think all your questions are in the chat. Let me just make sure here there's nothing on these. Boom, boom, boom. And this one here. Yep. All right. Very good. And let's skip past that. All right. So let's dive in. Hey. I always like when you say that. Hey. What's up, Sean G from Bretta Z? All right. So let's dive in. Let's see what we got going on. So number 1, you're working on losing weight, but you're really nervous about it. I'm not getting on the scale. I do want, oh yeah, you don't want to be fixated on numbers. You change your habit. How are you doing? Will you reach your goal by your birthday? All right, we'll take a look here. I know, because, there's this, my doctor recommended I get this smart scale. And so I got one during Black Friday when they were on good sales. Because you can get one for under $100, but it does your weight, but you hold on to this thing and it also measures your muscle mass and all this kind of stuff. Because like you said, that number, if you could build muscle and that it's heavier than the fat, that we have on our bodies. And we are like, oh my God, I didn't lose anything. But and then my doctor was saying too, I measure my waist and I measure my belly. And even though the weight didn't like plummet, you can lose like 6 inches on and you're like, but why didn't it, because it's muscle, right? It replaces. But when you realize the changes in the fitting in your clothing, all that, but we can get fixated on numbers, right? And then we lose hope and like, well, why am I sacrificing if it's not helping, But we'll see here. What does Spirit want you to know here? So based on your current energies, first, how are you doing with your body? And then will you reach your goal by your birthday based on current energies? All right. Yeah, I like it. Bottom of the deck, you've got the 10 of Swords, which is, letting go of expectations. That's supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, and the Ace of Cups, and choose love, right? Which which is, a good energy. Sorry, I'm falling off my chair. If we, if we're like, "Oh, I need to do this, I should do this," we feel like we're starting off, like, in the negative, right? I'm behind, I gotta get up to 0 because it's like, I should be that this weight, I should look like this, I should be like this. We feel like we're so far below, we're in the negative. Everything we're doing doesn't feel like abundance, doesn't feel like achievement, it just feels like I'm getting closer to 0. Once I get to 0, then I start having abundance, but that's what happens with expectations and all these beliefs. When we look at it and we change it, like I feel like you've done, where you're like, "I'm gonna just start loving my body. I'm gonna when I'm putting something" that sounds bad. When I'm putting something in my mouth, is it a loving thing to do for me, or is it poison, or is it hurtful? And why do I wanna hurt myself? And it's like every once in a while, like a little donut, a little croissant, or a little pastry, and I'm like, "That's okay." But if I'm like, you know, every day I have dessert after breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and, the dessert is bigger than the dinner and the meals, then, that's probably poisoning my body, it's not giving it what it needs. My body wants to go walking, it wants some activity, but it's not about hurting my body, it's about doing things gently. And also when we're pressured with expectations, those expectations are rooted in fear, right? There's a fear, if I don't do this, I'm gonna get rejected, I'm not gonna be lovable, I'm not gonna have this, I'm not gonna have that, blah, 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 right? But when we're in fear, what happens? We go into fight or flight mode, our digestive system shuts down, our fat burning processes, it starts when we're in fear, our body goes, "Oh god, we're about to go into battle. I need to keep all of this, store all this, you know, down here so that I can have fuel to fight, fuel to run. And so it changes things with that when we make it about loving my body, loving who I am, and letting expectations go, that I'm not feeling like I'm in behind. I just start doing things that I love, that tell my body I love it, right? Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, I enjoy it. And if it's like the gym, if you enjoy the gym, that's great. If you don't enjoy the gym, then you go do stuff, like I'm gonna go for a walk through the park, I'm gonna go do this, I'm gonna do that, because that doesn't feel like I'm on a treadmill. I enjoy getting out and walking around neighborhoods and finding little treasures of stuff like a Bigfoot statue that's running away with gnomes. I was like, "Oh my god," it's hilarious. During Christmas, that someone had a skeleton in their front yard with a Santa hat on it. It's just like finding all this stuff as you wander and see how people live and all the fun stuff. It's an adventure. And so we make it an adventure, not a, "I've gotta do this." It's, I wanna do this because I love my body and I wanna stay alive as long as I can? And so I like that. Let's see what else they have here. That's the bottom of the deck. Um, yeah, we'll find out if you reach your goals by your birthday by here. But even the goals, why is there a goal, right? Well, I want this by this because of what, right? Then we have a goal, we're behind. Instead of going, you know what? I'm just gonna, enjoy what's going on here. Because the more I'm have an expectation or a goal, the more I'm feeling like it's work instead of I'm gonna start celebrating the changes, not have a goal, but I'm just gonna celebrate. Wow, you know, I these pants used to be, tight, now they're baggy, or they're loose, it's like celebrate the things, instead of, expectations, because it just makes it feel like work. Alright, what else do they want you to know here about how you're doing? Yeah, you got the 9 of Wands and the 2 of Swords. Change the story about what block I have. I can't get past this. There's this weight I can't get past, but it's this power of story that keeps us here. This Ace of Wands is what keeps the barrier up because I'm focusing on what's not happening instead of focusing on what is, right? So I like that. Yeah. And your idea of what looks good, it's like, you know what? Trust me, you know, everyone has their different idea of what looks good, what doesn't. If I think I look good, that's the most important thing, right? And if I don't, I'm just gonna buy a nice little, l- uh, little beautiful, flowy little thing to have over top. And I don't care. If someone's gonna judge me for my body, then they don't deserve my time of day anyway. But it's understanding why, right? Let's see what else. Yep, the star card, the King of Cups. Yeah, we have the dream, but the Knight of Cups is movement of the heart, right? So again, it's referring back to this Ace of Cups. The Knight of Cups is in pursuit of self-love. The dream, we have the dream of the mind, of the supposed to be, the should be, the need be, and then we have the dream of the heart, which is I want to be alive, I want to be healthy. I wanna love my body, not only love my body when. I wanna love my body every moment with the way it is every second. It's the perfect body for me right now in this today, So I like that. So, but based on the current energy, are you gonna reach the goal here? Let's take a look. You have this Judgment card, the King of Swords. It's again the master of the story, seeing things from a higher perspective. And the 10 of Wands is changing your energy, from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like gratitude. So they kind of just reverberated it here. And they're like, you're the perfect weight today for what your life is. You'll be the perfect weight tomorrow and the perfect weight. You look, you know, perfect, but it's that expectation of what I'm supposed to look like. And what happens, you know, I look good in this bathing suit and someone's attracted to me because of it, or someone goes, "Oh my God, I can't believe you're wearing that two-piece suit." You think you look great, but suddenly someone says something. Now I feel like I don't because I'm putting my worth in their hands instead of in my own, right? So I feel like there's more to the story here with all of that. And they're like, I feel like your goal changes from something from the mind and an expectation to something more about I'm loving my body, I'm loving myself, and um, kind of stepping out of this mindset wherever it came from growing up, right? Um, about that you're supposed to look a certain way, and yeah, sell it if I'm wanting to do stuff because it's healthy for my body, that's different, right? It's like but it's if it's all about how I look, then that's about there's something deeper, right? And that's what they're gonna tell you. Look it, here's knowledge, boom! This is your fortune cookie for this one, which says this is about knowing and awareness, right? You're being called to explore new ideas and seek knowledge that resonates with your soul's truth. This is a time of intellectual and spiritual awakening. Again, seeing things differently. I feel like this is what kicks in here for you with that. So I know it didn't tell you exactly everything that you wanted, but they are telling you what you needed. And I didn't put down your timestamp. I'm going to have to find that, at least for your first one. I will definitely put your second one out here. I was so excited to get into your reading, I didn't capture it. All right. So that's number 1 for you there, Sean. You know, I feel like it's a enlightening energy there for you. All right. So, for number 2, we've got this. You have question marks for your first one. I didn't write it down, so I will enter that later. But here's number 2. And that one's right here. General, anything your higher self would like you to hear. All right. Let's take a look here. Let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Switch this out. Put my cold tea on here. Get that start warming while I finish up this coffee. All right. So, what does your higher self want you to know right now? Okay. That one, and that one. Did want those. Do want those. These are calling your name here. Very, very. That's like digging deep for these two. They're like, yep, yep. All right. That's what we have here. Wow. Yeah. So you got this in your last reading, right? You have the King of Swords coming in, which of course they roll over the suit of the mind, the storyteller, like we said. All kings, they roll over their suit, but they get a second portion of that. That's why they're the master of thinking, and but this is really the master storyteller. You also have here, you've got the Leo energy underneath the surface of that, and the Page of Swords under that, and the Nine of Swords. So you got all this energy that's referring back to here to seeing things, stepping away from expectations, being aware of the expectations so you can, it's like stepping away from, but you're transmuting them. You're turning them into that knowledge like you did in the other card. Even under there, you got the Seven of Wands, which is about like the Sun card. It's about being true to the authentic you, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, but being true to you and not trying to be what you think the world wants you to be, right? It's kind of an extension of your first reading. We'll see what that's the bottom energy. So it could be that this is a time in your life where you're having a lot of that happen with relationships, with your career and work, um, and your possessions, your money, and your body. All of those areas, it feels like there's this shaking and rattling of letting go of some long-term thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. Capricorn, devil card energy. We have a Capricorn new moon tomorrow, which is all about, releasing a lot of that, the emotional moon, but being drawn into the grounding and mental energy of the Capricorn energy. A lot of reflection being ignited, a lot of dreaming. Oh my God, the dreams been having. I've been bringing up a lot of questioning of like situations coming back, bubbling up from the past. So there's a lot of that energy out there. Let's see what else they want you to know, though. That's the underline on the bottom of the deck. Yeah. Did you get the Two of Swords before? So uh, I think maybe that was someone else's, but you've got this energy of the change of the story. There's the story, the battle between the head and the heart with the Two of Swords. There's the story that the mind gives, based on supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and opinions of the past. Then there's the story the heart wants to tell, and they're different, right? Um, so there's a lot of that determining and questioning the story, going, why do I want this? We know what I want, but why do I want it? And there is this release. Once we know what we want and why we want it, then we ask the creator and spirit for it, and then we let them figure out the how, the when, and if there's a who involved, the who. And it's a much more freeing energy, because when we're trying to control the how and control the when, these are things outside of our control. We focus in on the what and the why, and then we just start living, and we hand the rest over and we just enjoy the moments kind of energy. We have the Page of Cups. Yeah. So there is a bit of seeing this is going to this higher love, going to a higher place. Below the surface, we do have the Eight of Pentacles, which is the transformational energy. So Self-love is going through a transformation, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears around self-love changes our entire world because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are, and so the reflection it's interesting, especially talking about body and stuff, right? The reflection doesn't change until the person changes, and we'll keep seeing the same thing until we change. We can do all the stuff and try to change our physical appearance, um, but until we change our heart and change our mindsets, things don't change because we keep on putting out the energy that keeps bringing us the same old stuff. So as we raise our love vibration, that's what speeds things up, but it also allows us to see the world differently than we were before. Yeah, and then here, I think you got this on your last reading too. You have the 10 of Wands and the 2 of Wands, which is you have the 2 of Swords, which is the power of the story of the mind. I get to choose the story, higher vibration or lower vibration, rooted in unconditional love or rooted in fear. And then we have the 2 of Wands with the 10 of Wands, which the 2 of Wands is I get to choose. Am I focusing on gratitude and higher vibration? That's what's drawing all the intentions to me. Or am I focusing on lack and want and need and fear? And then I'm drawing in the things that match the energy, not like if I want to lose weight or, and it's like I'm drawing in the, I like wanting to lose weight so I don't lose weight so I can continue to want to lose it. I want to look differently. Well, as long as I'm wanting, then I don't change because my energy is I like wanting it, not having it, but wanting it. So that whole gratitude of I love what my body is. I love my body. I love, you know, these things about my body in the past, since we're talking about body, right? But it can be also about love and relationships and job and career and money and things. When I'm grateful for the stuff I have, it just opens up the floodgates to draw more of it in. The want and need energy is what it pushes away, but that's what this energy is. Because the 10 of Wands is I can look at life as a burden, like all that's below the surface trying to, I've got to do so much to get up to zero, or abundance, because we can look at that as like, oh my gosh, look all the stuff we have to carry. It's horrible. Or we can look at it as like, wow, look at all that we have to carry because we have this abundance. We're full, right? So it's all about perception that changes our world. And then your other two cards here. Yeah, you have the Hermit card, which there is this little bit of kind of solitary confinement, but it's a positive solitary confinement. Feels like you have been feeling like you've been kind of going at it alone for a little while, and but it is for you. Whenever we get like a hermit card or a slow moving card, um, then we know that it's for us because it keeps things from moving to us. So that gives us the opportunity, like with the hermit, we connect to our higher self. We see things from a higher perspective. We get to empower ourselves. And then you have the emperor too, which the emperor is Aries birthing energy. But emperor energy is also getting out of our head. They're clearing the throne room of their head of all these opinions, all these supposed to be's and should be's. And then in that silence, stepping into the heart to see what does the heart want? And then we make a plan and then we take action toward it. But it's instead of it trying to fill an expectation of fear of the mind, it's an expression of the love we feel and the excitement we feel. And it's different energies, right? Again, one feels like lack and like we're behind, and the other one feels like abundance and above and beyond. Um, and so I feel like that's the energy they want you to know right now. Hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. Alrighty. Yep, intuition. 111, new beginning energy too. And it says, divine guidance flows through you with increasing clarity. But like any sacred instrument, your intuition sharpens with practice and attention. Listen closely, for the veil is thinner than you imagine. So I do feel like you're getting a lot of messages, but that is the one thing, right? We do have that when we're in the fear noise, it's hard for us to hear spirit. When we're in higher vibration of unconditional love, enjoying gratitude and all that, that's the language of which they speak in the frequency that they're at. So we hear from them even more clearly in that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for that one, Sean. So many blessings. Thank you again for your multiple donations here. And for number 3, we've got 23003. All the threes in there. Do that right? Yeah. And I will, when I pin the comment, I will go find your beginning of your first reading in case you ever need to come back to it as well. All right. So number 3, we have here. What will your love life look like this year? Will you meet someone you really like, and that you'll be serious with? All right. Okay. And then you have your free question too. Let me add you to the list here. Boom, boom, boom. And I think we had Alicia. Hello, hello. Sorry, I didn't say hello to you there. Kind of got lost amongst our chatting here. I got you on the free list as well. All right. So let's take a look here. So, what will your love life be this year? Okay, thank you. And will you meet someone you really like? Okay, we got those. And then will you be really serious with them too? So we'll see what we have unfolding there. So I do want this one and this one too. All right. Just scooch these this way. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, you have the 3 of Wands. The 3 of Wands is an energy of, unexpected detour, which that kind of energy I'm picking up with that. It's like you kind of have again, we have these ideas and these expectations that, well, this is how love will happen. And this is like, I feel like this is how it's going to unfold, right? But there's an unexpected twist. Whoosh, and I feel like you meet someone unexpected in a way that's unexpected. And you're like, wait a minute, what just happened? It's like I didn't think I'd meet someone that way, and I didn't think it'd be this type of person that I would be totally, like, blown away by, right? So, I like that energy 'cause the other thing is boring. It's like, "Oh, yeah, check, check, check. It's how it's supposed to happen. Yay." But I mean, it's so perfect for your energy and your personality. It's creative, it's different, it's unexpected. So, I like that. How does your love life look like this year? Well, it starts off slow, 7 of Pentacles, patience. It's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. A lot of, we talked about in your last reading, whenever you get a slow card, it's for us to uh, learn and to change our vibration and change that, right? And you have the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, a victory, and a beginning of a new adventure. So a lot of this kind of first kind of half-ish of the year, I feel, is about focusing on you, letting old ways go, let old thinking go, just really kind of stripping away at a lot of expectations and rules out of your life, which brings you the Page of Wands, which is a heightened energy, a real focus here, where I feel like you are not trying to find love, but you're expressing your passion and living life. And because you're not focused in on, I want a relationship, I need a relationship, which pushes it away, you're going, a relationships, I love these about the relationships I've had, but I'm going to go and I'm leaving it to you. You bring the who and the when and the how, and you know what I want and why I want it, and I'm gonna just live the passion of my life. And that's when you meet them, when you're not that's how they say when you're not looking, but it's when you're not pursuing, going, "I gotta find love," because that's what pushes it away. When we're like, "You know what? You know, I want a relationship. I'm just giving it to you, and I'm gonna go live life and enjoy, do all the things I love to do." And while I'm doing the things I love to do, I bump into someone who's also living life and doing the things I love to do, and we love a lot of the same things, and we keep bumping into each other. Sparks happen, and a relationship organically grows versus I've been on a dating app and I've been taking all these applications to see if anyone's worthy of, taking this position of love in my life. And we're like, the job market is not good. Right. Anyway, that's funny. Your spirit guides are always hilarious. Okay, so that was the first part. Let me see. I lost my place here. Where's number 3? Oh, it's right there. So that's what your love life will look like this year. So will you meet someone you really like, right? Yep, Knight of Pentacles. Eventually, it's a slow moving process because it kind of feels here like um it like you bump into them a few times, right? Because you have the Page of Pentacles, which is, heightened opportunities that happen here. You have the Page of Wands. So it takes time, but it's like another and another opportunity that you guys bump into each other. And you have the Six of Wands too, which is a victory. It's feeling uplifted energy. So I feel like you do. And the Six of Wands, I do feel like it is like one of you or both of you are standing out at different times. Like maybe you're at an event and you're speaking or you're in front of someone. Another event, they're up there and you're like, I saw them in the crowd and I kind of talked to them a little bit. Now I see them and they see me at this other event and this other situation. And it's just like you're both of you are standing out to each other at these different events. But I feel like you know, um, it's progressive. It's not meet and boom. It's a little not cat and mouse, it's not games that you're playing, you're just living and loving and doing the things, and you keep bumping into each other, doing the things you love, and you're like, "Oh my god, you love this too?" And you're like, "Yeah." "And you love the other thing, I love that too." And you're like, "Yeah." "Well, where are you going next week? Because I'm gonna go do this." And like, "I am too." And it's just like this, "Shut up," kind of energy. So, I like that. And will you be serious with this person? I do feel here part of what is happening here with the 8 of Cups, this was below this other one before we're getting into that second part, because this is about letting go of emotions and people that I don't serve me anymore. The relationship doesn't. Not that they're not my servants anymore. Be gone with you. But this is you're creating and making the space in your emotional bank to be able to invest and be able to give, right? Because when our emotional bank is almost bankrupt because we're giving so much emotion to others, and not getting a whole lot back and investing a lot of energy in keeping emotions, old emotions from when we were younger, down, all that takes emotional energy, and it's like it's on auto payment. It keeps on paying out every month. You don't have enough to invite a new relationship in. So I feel like this Knight of Pentacles is giving you both opportunities to let go of some old emotions, some old relationships and friendships and whatever that fills up your emotional bank that then allows you your heart allows a connection and relationship to come in. So I feel like that's an important part of your journey this year too. All right. And then seriousness. Let's see what this is about. You got all these cards here. What's below the surface? Let's start here. Yep. Knight of Swords. A lot of communication. I love this that it's a lot of in the beginning, a lot of talking. And I feel like this is a lot at public events. Um, that you're involved in things and you're bumping into them in public. It's not like dating. I feel like it starts off this way where you have these conversations and you're just like blah 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 and talking and talking and talking to each other and really talking because you're talking about things you guys love and you keep on meeting at these events, like at a museum or an art gallery where there's an opening, and you're just like, "I love this artist because," and they're like, "Oh my god, I do too. Have you ever heard of blah, blah, blah?" And like, "Yes." It's like you have these same interests that you can carry on these conversations, not, "Uh-huh, yeah, blah, blah, blah," but it's true interest with each other, which is very important. What else? Yeah, Ace of Pentacles. It is someone new. I was wondering, is it someone you know from the past? But this is definitely, it's a new person you don't know yet. Yep, someone who's very out there. Maybe they're a Leo energy, but they are definitely with this Leo, they probably a fire sign because they have this draw that people just are drawn to them, and they have this draw to be out in front of people. Now, in the beginning, low vibration with, fire signs are, look at me. But as they mature and they move into higher expression of their fireness, it's follow me. And they are up in front of people leading by example, by their passions, by their laughter, by their energy. They're just, people are naturally drawn to them. And so I feel like there is that strong energy. And I feel like that's what you need. Sorry if you heard my stomach just growl. But there is this, um, you need someone that can have that, because you need someone who's as strong as you are, and you are strong. You're like a goddess needs a god, an empress needs an emperor, not a king, not a prince. You need someone that can match you, and they do match you. Yeah, 2 of Cups. So, yeah, it is serious, it is a relationship. It does blossom into that based on current energies. Yeah, and again, the Ace of Pentacles, it is new opportunity after new opportunity, but it is someone new. They're like, "Just in case, no, it's not that person, it's someone new. No, it's not that one, it's someone new." That's funny. "Just in case you're wondering, it's someone new." All right. So I feel like that's what they have here for you. Let's get your fortune cookie for this one too. But I love this adventure. Let me just put these cards back in here. All right, all right, all right. There we go. And let's see what relationship, what other message they have here for you for a relationship. There we are. Yeah, surrender. Exactly what I said, right? It's like, you know the what, you know my why. Now I surrender to you the who, the what, or not the who, the when, and the how, right? I give that to you. I surrender. Release your need to control the outcome. Surrender is not powerlessness, but the sacred recognition that you are intricately connected to a higher intelligence, one that flows through you, not apart from you. So I like that. So perfect. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully, those all resonate. And thank you again for your multiple donations. Greatly appreciate you. Good to see you. Sounds like a fun year ahead. All righty. So we did have one free reading we completed earlier with Content. And then I have my list here I'll jump into. Let me take the last of this coffee here. I learned not to try to drink it all in one sip and have it come splashing all over my face. All right. So let's shuffle these up and we'll get back into the free readings. Thank you guys again so much for being here and your patience and getting to your readings, and all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. It tells me that you do enjoy your readings, and you're part of the love tsunami too. You help spread all that Zen love. So thank you guys so much. All right. So Maria P, you are up. So thank you for your donation earlier. Here is your timestamp for your free one, and you like a general for you and Wally. All right, we got this and this. Yeah, I like this. You've got the Nine of Cups, which is the emotional dream come true card. And you've got the Hierophant card here too with the the Hierophant. It is about seeing things from a higher perspective. It is the card of change, being the major arcana number 5. And it's this teacher student energy too. And I feel like they're saying here that part of your heart's dream come true with relationship and why you guys chose to be in each other's life in this lifetime is to learn and to grow, not just to have this blissful, yay, they're like, we got that back home, but it's about the learning and the growing. And what happens when we think, oh, a relationship is expectations, right? Supposed to be all rose, beautiful smelling roses with no thorns, and it's just supposed to be wonderful. Then we're kind of shocked when, there's a thorn and we're like, ow, you know, but it's like, no, if I know that I chose you so that I could grow and to become the most fulfilled version of myself in this lifetime, then I'm going to look at whatever conflict comes up as not an attack or a bad thing or meaning, something that has to ignite fear, but I can begin to look at it differently and go, I chose you for the conflicts we'd have because it's in those conflicts are the growing pains in which I grow. And we chose each other specifically because we were going to help each other see, but we can also help each other through our fears and our pain. And I like that. So that is what they have for you. That is sweet. But that's what they got for this one for you, Maria. Thank you again. Many blessings. All right. Ashul, you are up. Did I do that right? I think so. All right. Here is your timestamp. So, hello, hello. You'd like to ask about your brother, Ankush. What things should he focus on more in the next few months? Universe's guidance. All right, we'll take a look here. So, of course, from Spirit's perspective, if you show this to them or if you communicate this to them, there is no supposed to be or should be or need to be. We can ask Spirit, for the highest fulfillment of this life, what would you recommend that I can do to help me achieve that? Because there's no should. They're not like, well, you better do this or else. It's more, well, to make it easier and to make it more fulfilling, this is what you can do. So that's what we're gonna be sharing here. These next few months, what can help here? All right. So we've got 3 cards here. And yeah, there is, you know, question thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets. This will help bring in some clarity. And this is the difference between what makes me like what creative thing, what makes me feel like I'm being true to my authentic self. The Three of Pentacles is what that card is. It's about how can I create? What is the true me? Not who I think I'm supposed to be or what I'm supposed to do or should do, blah, blah, blah. But when I really step away from all that opinion, who am I? What do I want to do? Because the Four of Cups is stagnant energy. It's like when we're doing what we think, the 3 buckets of the outside world of the relationships I'm supposed to have, the job and education I'm supposed to have, the body, the bank account, the possessions, the things I'm supposed to have. Look how bored we are. It's empty. But here's the Ace of Cups. This is the inner love, which is our true, authentic self. That's what brings in the excitement. So I feel like the thing to focus on is the clarity of who am I trying to be instead of burning away the things that are not me so I see my true authentic self more clearly. And I feel like that's the big thing that they want them to look at these next few months, right? That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you, right? Santa, you are up. Santa Claus. Here's your timestamp. I just like saying Santa. So let's see, describe your future partner. What kind of person will they be, right? Based on current energies. Let's see what else we can know about them here. Give us little tidbits here and there, right? All right. Well, I do like this for you here because we got the Knight of Cups, which is, of course, a romantic, someone that can share their emotions, that moves, allows their heart to move. And the World card is someone who's gone through their significant ending and new beginning in their life. And I like this because this is someone who has faced some of their old experiences and faced their fears, faced these experiences, emotions, thoughts, beliefs, all of that. And they've let expectations, a lot of expectations go. And they realized those were all opinion, but now I'm following my heart instead of my head. And I feel like they're, like they've had a change of, um, like a change of their career or, yeah, kind of like that kind of energy. Like whatever their purpose, what they thought their purpose was, they've really connected into what their heart's purpose is. And so they moved from being like I want to be a CEO of a financial blah blah company to I want to, um, write children's books, and something else. So it's been like a change of what I think I'm supposed to do to what I want to do and what makes me feel like I'm living instead of existing. So I feel like they've gone through that, some significant of those changes so that they can be more true to themselves. And I love that because then they understand you get to be true to your authentic self too. So I really like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Hey, Happy Pill. Good to see ya. I'll grab your free reading, add you onto the list here. All right. Then we are to Jojo. You are up. Hey. Hello from the other side of the world. Here is your timestamp. And want to know, could G and you ever meet again? All right. So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, could you and G ever meet again? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I think so here. With you got the lovers card, which would be a meeting again, right? And the tower card though is a suddenness, kind of, energy. Um so, there is this um suddenness of it. It would come out of nowhere. Oops. Wow. Got all blurry there. There it is. But there is this suddenness. And I guess it's like the blurriness. It comes out of nowhere and it's not like it can't be planned, it can't be done. It would just have to come in. But there is this I feel like it would be as sudden as it appears, it also suddenly goes away. It's like this kind of energy that comes in. But there is possibilities with it definitely here, but there's kind of that energy of you can't be planned, you can't do anything about it, so let it go in a way, just release it, and if it happens, it happens, and when it happens, it's unexpected, so while you're focusing on it, it won't be coming towards you, it more comes out of nowhere, right? So I like that. So I like it. Boom, boom, boom. So that is what they have for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. All right. So, Justice Warrior, hello, hello. Yeah, thank you, Jean, for answering. Yeah, you would be the next one up for a donation since I finished them all and was heading on to free readings. So it's Tim, like Tim De La Gem, but you changed your name. So, all right. Or Justice Warrior. All right. So let us get you on here. Yeah, I don't know. It was you before. Did you change screen names? Who knows? It's some quirky things happen here and there. So, all right. Well, good to know that that's another of your names, just in case. So let's put in here. So here's your timestamp, Tim. So that's your timestamp, and we'll give that a love and a like. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I get you. All right. Let's take a look. So you want to know how will statistics go and short for the year? All right. Oh, okay. So it's not Tim De La Gem. So Tim, were you the MMA? No, I'm feeling like there's something coming back that because it wasn't boxing, if I'm remembering correctly. Because I actually we have Tim De La Gem here, who has capital TIM. So that's I'm like, what? Either that or your Gemini personalities come out, Tim, and you're 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 going in and out as two different people. All right, let's take a look here. Tim, the Justice Warrior. Tim Tonic. Too funny. All right. Yeah. Well, the other Tim that's also chatting here, he's actually a Gemini. That's funny. You both are air signs too. Oh, interesting. All right, let's see. How are statistics going to go for you this year? And then just short for the year. Yeah, I'm an Aquarius. Yeah, exactly. Chile. All right, let's take a look here. And then just how the year looks for you here. Is that what that means with the short there? I feel like we want to do this here. There. All right. Let's see what we got here. Well, bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Pentacles, which is about abundance and fullness and birthing. So I like that. You do underneath that, you do have like the Knight of Pentacles, which is a slow movement, and the Knight of Swords that comes in here too, which is a faster moving horse out of them all. So there are periods of time here of, um, slowness, and then it speeds up, and then I feel like it slows down again. Then it speeds up and slows down and speeds up, as far as success and um, fruitfulness in things throughout the year here. Specifically, that's the bottom of the deck. So the Knight of Swords is you. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. um, Statistics specifically, how they go, got the Eight of Wands, which is a lot of energy coming in, a lot of movement, a lot of sudden progression. Yeah, and you have the 8 of wands moving to the 9 of wands. That feels like a stop, right? It's like you reach a red light, so you have all this progress, and then there's a you feel like you hit a wall for a moment. And I feel like that has to do with the 5 of pentacles that comes in here, right? This is fear of not having enough, not being enough, of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, kind of that maybe a little fear of failure a little bit. But it's just this belief, this mindset that kind of is bubbling below the surface, maybe even unconsciously, because I feel like you have a lot of confidence, conscious confidence, and but there's some like, the inner child a little bubbling below the surface of the like I feel like that confidence came later in life. But that inner child needs some more convincing, right? And I like that it feels like the kind of adult that you're being is something that your inner child, because your inner child sees your adult as something different than themselves. Like, you see yourself as we're all one, but the inner child goes, "You're different. You're an adult. I don't trust adults." But then you're like, you've been proving to them that you're trustworthy by your choices, by your authenticity, by you saying no when you don't mean I mean, you saying no when you don't wanna do something, not saying yes when you don't wanna do something. You're going, your yeses are your yeses, your nos are your nos. So it's really building that up, right? Yeah. So I like this that, you're becoming aware of this. And, you know, we do have here the 9 of cups, which is this feeling of like joy, heart felt dream come true, not a mind felt dream come true. And the 6 of swords is a change of your mental energy about letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective, that it does allow some change to come in and allow some movement that comes in with that too. And what I mean by that is, like, we have a dream come like, a expectations and dream that our mind says, "This is what you should do. This is what you're supposed to do, blah, blah, blah," right? And so we invest a lot of energy in trying to exist, meet those expectations, which makes us feel like we're behind, trying to get up to 0 when all expectations are met. And the heart is, "I wanna live," and, "Oh, that thing you wanna do? Whatever, but I wanna do this," and I feel like there's this struggle, this going back and forth here, right? Yeah, right? 99%. I like that. Um, is that a statistic? But there is this, realizing, what is my true dream come true, not a dream that I took on from somewhere else. Because we know when we wake up in the morning going, "Oh, hell, I gotta go live my dream today." That's not our dream, that's someone else's dream. When I wake up excited, even if it's statistics or a class or something that I need to take or something I need to do, that's, eh. When it's my towards my dream, it's exciting. When it's trying to meet expectations where I don't feel like it's abundance, I just feel like I'm checking off things to get to 0, then I can start living. The difference is when we get out of our head and into our heart, the heart doesn't have expectations, only the mind does. The heart looks at everything as abundance and above and beyond, right? Oh. Yeah, that's the problem. Expectations, because expectations, there's so much, and there is even contradictory expectations, but we all have these expectations. We have to do all of this just to get up to 0, and, we're doing all of this. We live in lack. We always live in the less than when we have all these expectations of the mind. When we step out of the mind and into the heart, even doing this much is more abundance than what the mind says this is. This is still falling short with the mind. But when the heart, a little bit of gratitude for what I'm experiencing, what I'm doing is what sets us free, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get this degree. Yeah, so it feels here focusing less on the expectations, focusing more on the gratitude of what you have learned and that, instead of, when we have the fears, we go out of our minds and we have a little 2-year-old and its pet hissing cat. It doesn't learn, it just reacts. When we are able to step in going, you know what? I'm following my heart. I'm following my dream. This is my dream. This is just a step in it. But I'm going to celebrate everything that I've accomplished. I'm going to celebrate the successes I have in statistics and all those things. And, it's like, that's what I'm doing. I'm just, it's, there's always going to be something more. So when we define our worth by an achievement of something, that's what puts the fear in it. When I realize it's just another step in a st a journey of a billion steps, there's no pressure when we look at it that way. When we look at defining ourself by an achievement or, uh, a failure, what we would see as a failure instead of just it's just information, and we can do that, right? Yeah. Yeah, I get you here. Let's see what else they want you to know here. Yeah, and again, so you've got, I have 3 decks all of the same altogether. That's why you had this one. You also have it again, the dream of the heart, following the heart, not the mind. And so that's the thing is it's hard for you to enjoy the journey because 'cause you're so, you know, your mind is so focused on this, we have to do this, if not, I fail, because it's looking at all those expectations. It's going, "You know what? You're already a perfect mountain, you're already perfect. You don't need to do anything to change who you are. You're already perfect in the eyes of creator and spirit. You already are a perfect mountain. You're just exploring who you are." And so when we step out of that fear, then we can enjoy the journey. But when we're in fear, yeah, it is. We're hypersensitive to everything that's going on, and we're not able to enjoy things because we're all caught in that, right? Yeah. There is here, excuse me, the Ace of Wands, and you got the Six of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles energy for me, you do have, well, there's 2 messages that come in here. The first is that with that Ace of Wands, whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. The more I focus on need, want, fear, all of that's lack energy. That goes back to the Five of Pentacles, right? The feeling of I'm gonna fail, I'm not gonna be enough. When we start focusing on what we're grateful for, then we draw in more things to be grateful for. And it's like, yeah, so that is what comes in. And if we just push the fear down and keep going, the fear comes back up. But it's facing the fear, which is the other meaning of this. The Six of Pentacles is one of my cards that goes back to looking at my sense of worth, what my little inner child feels I have to do, how much success coins I have to give in order to have 1 success coin. And as a child, we're taught you have to give 10,000, success coins to get 1 because we feel as a child we gave so much and got so little. Because humans are limited. We were expecting so much and we got so little. We felt as a child we're giving so much and getting so little that rate of exchange just kind of drops down, into, um, the subconscious and our life. We learn by that. So, and so in order to kind of overcome that fear, we just need to kind of spend some time with our inner child going, I love you unconditionally and I accept you unconditionally. And, that's an unfair rate of exchange. You deserve 1 to 1, not 10,000 to 1. And as we realize that, we are able to look at that receiving energy, um, and we allow ourselves to receive instead of, "Nope, nope, we don't deserve that yet. We've only put in 9,000, success coins. I still need another 1,000 before I deserve 1 success," you know? So it's about that kind of change. Yeah, to be maybe be gentler with yourself, maybe not, like to be better to myself. It's being gentle. I deserve my love. I deserve my grace. I deserve gentleness. Um, and my little inner child deserves support instead of what it got when it was younger, which felt like nothing's never enough, right? And that never enough energy has followed us all our life until we bring it up and transform it, right? So I like that. Once you do that, you have the 8 of Wands. There's this energy, this endless, energy that can come in um, and it's that change from, um, investing all this energy and feel like you're falling short till we get out of that to, you know, 1 to 1, 0 expectation energy to where, whatever is I'm giving is abundance. Everything is above and beyond that comes in here, right? Yeah. That's that thinking, right? I deserve if. That's conditional deservedness instead of I deserve abundance just because I exist. That's what the universe says. You are part of me. I created you. You deserve you deserve to receive. If you ever heard of Bashar, he's Daryl Anka. He channels him. He's an entity from another star system, and he was like, "Yeah, everyone deserves to receive. What makes you so special that you don't get to unless you do this stuff? Why are you special? What makes you so different? We all are, um, we all deserve to receive." So I like that. Yep, and look, here's your fortune cookie. Yep, here kinda sums it up, right? Fear. Let's see what it says. Fear distorts your actions, making you act from feelings of powerlessness and limitation. Recognize when you're acting from fear and consciously choose love instead. So, when we're getting, you know, drug into our fears, we can stop, take a big deep breath, and go, I'm going to love myself instead. I'm going to choose eternal, unconditional love instead. But that fear, is with us until we look at it. Because if we keep pushing it down, it just pops up in different other areas and it's popping up more often and stronger for us so we could free ourselves from it and not have it, impact us. So, whatever needs to be done, whether it's I went to counseling, learned a lot of tools in counseling, reading books, but a lot of inner reflection. There's a great book I read called, what was it called? Oh, The Presence Process by Michael Brown, which, here, I'll just type it in the chat rather than spelling it out because it's not like presents like gifts, but which is a wonderful thing that it's a breathing process, but you can read through the book and not do all the breath work if you want. But it, helps you get in contact and transform things with your inner child, which is where all of our drama and trauma and all those things, where they all hang out and exist. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. Um But that's what they have for you right now, Tim, Justice Warrior. So thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. Appreciate you. All right. So I think that is it. Let me just refresh over here and we will jump back into the free readings. You're very welcome. Enjoy the adventure. All right, Ateshi Singh, you are up. Here's your timestamp. And why do you keep seeing KTH and JJK in your dreams? All right. Cheers, everybody. Some delicious green tea. So, why are they appearing in your dreams? Yeah, interesting. We've got this the magician energy and the Four of Wands energy. A lot of That's interesting with this Four of Wands, but the magician card does talk about, whatever we focus our magic wand on is what we draw to us in a way, as well, right? And this it feels like there's some bubbling up. There's a lot of this going on with the energy right now and across the planet, but there's a lot of this bubbling up of emotions. This new moon in Capricorn does a lot of bubbling up of unresolved emotions. And the Four of Wands is a marriage card, which I don't feel like it's specifically marriage around these individuals, but it has to do with like it might not even be about them specifically, but that they represent characters that are it's like you in your dream. I feel like these dreams are all about you, and but you take the form of all these characters in the dream to be able to interact and to kind of work through and figure some things out. And you've chosen those 2 for a reason because of the essence that you have around it subconsciously. And so they do represent something. They're like avatars that represent something within yourself that you wanted to kind of they're showing me like when we're children and we have all these little animals and we're playing all these different parts and we're all it's like this play for us to understand something about within ourself that's bubbling up. But that Four of Wands, it's joy, celebration, energy, but it feels like more what's holding me back from my joy. And it feels like marriage is part of something or like relationships, but it's at the core, it's what's keeping me from my joy? What's keeping me from yeah, my celebrating my life, choosing joy in this moment. Why do I have this set in the future that if this and 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 this happen, then I can be happy and have joy, but not until then. And it's like your subconscious and spirit posse are all working on bringing things up to release these to realize you can be happy today. You don't need to wait. You can start celebrating today and have that joy. So, I feel like that's a big piece of kind of what's happening and why it's popping up. It's not that it's a premonition or that it's something specific. I feel like they're just characters that represent something like avatars, right? So, hopefully that makes sense, and that's what they got there for you. All right? So many blessings to you. All right. Toucho Love, you are up. Here is your timestamp. And what do you need to know for the week coming ahead? All right, let's take a look here. Got these 2 here. So you got the King of Pentacles and the Seven of Cups. Now, there's like this message here because the Seven of Cups represents a lot of different emotions, right? And I feel like they're saying what you need to know for the week ahead is that any emotion you feel does not define you, which is what this King of Pentacles is bringing in. It doesn't define you, it doesn't define your life. They're just feelings are flags that something can be looked at inside of you, whether it's high vibration or low vibration feelings, they're telling you something about what you're experiencing. And there's no wrong emotion, there's no right emotion, just different emotions with different experiences, different outcomes. And I feel like there is this energy here that is about allowing yourself to feel, knowing that it doesn't mean anything about you. And let that sink in, because that's pretty powerful and deep. I might have to contemplate that one too. What we feel doesn't define us, it's just something that we're experiencing, and it's telling us about something. Like, if it's a low vibration emotion, it's showing us something that we have a fear about, right? And if I'm having a high vibration emotion, it's telling me what makes me happy. And so it's information that it's showing us there. Interesting. So that's what they got there for you. Touch of love. Did I give you a headache? Oh my God. What did you just say? It is deep. It's deep for a Saturday night. I know. All right. That's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Livier Vagara, you are up. Hello. Hello. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. So, an oracle reading of your choice. Oh, how fun. All right, let's take a look here. I'm just going to reach over here to the oracle cards. Let's see what we got here. I want these. Ooh. Oh, how perfect that you got Moonology. And we have a new moon tomorrow. So, let's see what you get here through the Moonology. All right. You got a new moon in Libra, though, not Capricorn. A new romance cycle begins. Ooh la la. So let's take a look here. Oh, and right up to it, too. So give and take could well be the answer to whatever dilemma you're asking about. Compromise may be called for. It's time to start negotiating or even renegotiating. When the new moon in Libra comes up, there's a restart for you and for someone else. A new relationship could be beginning, and if that's the case, the chances are this will be a healthy and well-balanced connection. In anything you do after pulling this card, doing it in pairs is advised, such as teaming up with someone in business or in your personal life. Libra is the sign of relating, and this card suggests that whoever is at the heart of the issue you're addressing is someone who will be open to talking things through. Avoid being selfish. It won't get you anywhere at this time. To attune to this energy, reach out to someone and let them know you care. Additional meanings for the card, there's 4. Feel more, think less. Marriage or engagement is on the cards. A legal matter will go your way. And 4 is pay some attention to your appearance, but don't be all about appearances. The teaching this brings in says Libra is the sign of love and harmony, negotiation and relationships. It is harmonious, kind, and luxurious, and always aiming for balance. So when we have the new moon in Libra, or at any time you draw this card, there's a restart possible for anything and everything connected to partnerships, negotiations, appearances, and justice. Remember that Libra is depicted by a set of scales, and this energy wants to bring things back to equilibrium. Wow, I like that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I love it that you got a Moonology card. I don't know if you could hear me. I was over there. I like that you got a Moonology card. All right, so that's what they have for you. Many blessings. Hey, Nelia. Good to see you. All right, let's say let's get a donation that came in here. All right. So we're almost to you there, Gene. So you got one, two. I'll let these are the free readings that I have remaining right now, which is Gene XO would have been next. You will be next after I had a donation came in. I'll do that, and then if I have no other donations, we'll go to Nelia. I just had a donation pop in, which is great. But I will finish all the free readings here tonight too. We've got Gene XO, and then Dollface Diva, Cat Mia, Sudashni, and then Tim De La Gem, and then Just Alice, and then Sean G for your free one, and then Alicia, and then Happy Pill is where we're at with those remaining. So I know, right, Gene, you're like, no worries. You're just so smooth. We're good. We're good. All right. So let me scroll up here. Take a quick sip here. All righty. So now, yeah, let me add you. Whoops. Almost grabbed your entire name. There it goes. I'll add you onto the list up here. But up first, we do have an additional donation from Maria P. So Maria, thank you so much. Here is your timestamp. Wow, you got 3434 before. Now you have 32525. I love it. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let's see. I want to go to this one. Actually, I want to mix these up. I've been using the same stacks. And so let's mix up all these stacks, get some new energies flowing in here since it's been 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So we'll scooch these around, get them into 2 big piles. We'll kind of do a weird shuffle with them all. Just want to try to get a little bit of mixture here. All right. Glad you guys can't see what I'm doing. You're like, what are you doing? All right. So this will be, I think we're going to do 3 piles again here. Just got to make sure they're all kind of the same amount of cards. We'll just move some of these over here. All right. I think we're good to go. So I do have 3 of the same deck, and that's why I like mixing them all together, because they add an extra little flavor coming in. So I like that. All right. So we're going to use this stack here. I know you got to have all that mixture, Maria, as part of your reading, because it's about taking things and shuffling up and shaking some stuff up to make some things different, right? I feel like that's for you. But we'll take a look here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you tonight. Okay. Did he really do the tat? For you, a message from Wally to you. What is he planning for us, like relationship wise right now? Dragon knows that tattoo is for me. Did he talk to his friend about you today? All right. So Dragon, do they know the tattoo is for you? And did his friend talk to you today? Okay. All right. So what are Wally's thoughts and feelings right now? Yep. They're back into this security thing tonight, right? Here's the 4 of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, all about the coin in the outside world, about trying to create security in here. So that's kind of what they're mainly thinking about is, all right, I've got to secure our relationship more as far as how we relate, make it more solid, but also there's this big planning of the physical things in the outside world. Again, I need abundance. I need to have sustenance because I want to be able to take care of myself. And then also, the future planning of I want to be able to take care of you as well. Make sure we have enough for us, kind of energy that comes in there too. Um, did he really do that tattoo for you? Yep, the world. Yeah, victory, energy here. So I really like that. I'm not sure what the tattoo is. Does it look anything like this? Does it have to do with endings and beginnings, new adventure? This is a snake eating its tail. Ooh, what kind of tattoo is that? But it is, it's that endings and beginnings, it's the circle of life energy. Did he get a picture of a lioness? Meow. But anyway, yeah, it does feel like that's a yes energy. Message from Wally to you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You are the world to me, right? You are my world. That would be the message, and that's the tattoo, right? That's why he did this. That would be his message. "Yeah, I did this for you because this is what you mean to me," kind of energy. So, I like that. Right? Yeah, exactly. Ouroboros. Yeah, Ouroboros. Yeah, something like that, right? Um, and so what is he planning for you guy oh, yeah, that was the message. What is he planning for us relationship-wise? Yeah, the 7 of Wands, protection, a bubble, you know, to be true to our authentic selves, to not dim our light, to not shrink, not ask permission, not be defensive, but to be in this protective bubble. So that's the plan. He eventually wants to bring it to light, bring it up onto a hill to be seen, but not yet. Does Dragon know the tattoo is for you? No. Why would the 8 of Cups is they're walking away from a relationship. It's none of their business, and I don't feel like they have that kind of relationship. They're like, "You do what you do, and I do what I do." They're right? So, they don't need to know. I don't feel like they know that much about each other's business, not like you would think that they would. Did he talk to his friend about you today? No, it feels here that High Priestess is like, more again, this has to do with like that 7 of Wands. They just want to keep it protected for now. And so the 7 of Swords is like keeping things not a secret, but not having it all out there yet. And so that's what I feel like they just want to protect it until it's time to put all the plans in place because they don't want loose lips to sink ships and delay anything and to um, they just don't want to have more drama than they need to right now. If that resonates there. Okay, so let's see what else we have here for your fortune cookie. Yeah, yeah, they don't want interference. So nothing's interfering. I don't want it. It says energetic interference occurs when you absorb emotions, thoughts, and frequencies that do not originate from you. Take a moment to reset. What is yours will feel empowering. What isn't will dissolve when released with grace. So the things that you pick up are those old thoughts and beliefs and expectations, right? All these emotions, all this fear, all this whatever concerns, worry, that's not of you. That's of what you learned. And so you're learning what is yours and what is not yours, right? So, but that's that interference too. It's like, I feel like a big piece of the relationship energy with Wally right now is all these people, they I know their energy and I know they feel like they know their energy and they know if they talk about all this stuff that their energy will interfere with ours, and I wanna get it solid. I wanna get it in place so that it's secure that whatever comes, this protective bubble is around your guys' relationship, that anything that comes at you guys, you'll be fine, but he wants to make sure it's solid first before he, you know lights the dynamite. So, hopefully that makes sense. That's what they got there for you, my dear. So, many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Okay. I think that was it there. Yep. All right. So, thank you again for your multiple donations there, Maria. And then you probably got your free reading. We completed that already too. All right. And let's see here. So we got Nelia. Hello, hello. Well, I'll jump to you here in a sec for your dual donations. Thank you for those. Touch of Love, you said the way your life has been going sure has been deep, right? In emotions. Woo, woo, woo. Then we have Brenda Globy. Hey, Brenda. Grab you, add you onto the free list here. Make some more space there. All right. And I think the rest of these are from Nelia. Oh, and then free reading too. Let's grab that. Add that on there as well. All right. All righty. So let us dive in. So 33521 is for your first donation, Nelia. Thank you so much for that. For the hot dog. Must have heard my stomach growling. Growl, 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 growl. Hey, hello. So for number one, will Yennefer and Brett move in together and get married? Or is there another guy coming into her life? See, the guy at her new workplace. What will happen with that? Okay, let's take a look here. So, based on current energy, as we step into Jennifer's energy, will they move in together? Okay, this is all based, like I said, on current energy. And will they get married? Lost those separate. Is there another guy coming into her life? Question mark. Take a look at that. Oh, they don't want that. This one card for that. And then the guy at her new workplace. What will happen with that? All right. All right. Do I want those two? Nope. Just those two. All right. Okie dokie, smoky badokie. Let's take a look here. Just scooch these so I have space. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Wands for her energy, which she does have a lot of ending and beginning energy that's coming in here, a change of perspective from things that feel like burdens to things that feel like abundance, and things that feel like abundance that change to feel like a burden. Interesting. So let's see what this is about. First of all, with Brett, do they move in together? You know, we have it's like the temperance energy and the 9 of cups and the queen of pentacles. You know, we've got all this energy that comes in together here. And I don't know why this well, I don't need to know why. It's I feel like, you know, the temperance energy is normally slow process alchemy happening and things going back and forth. And the Queen of Pentacles is about birthing and abundance. And the Nine of Cups is about dream come true, emotional dream come true. But it feels like this is taking forever. This is where the abundance and this I feel like this is that energy of what feels like abundance, like as Jennifer, I'm feeling enthusiastic and I'm trying to keep a positive mentality and I'm trying to be this is the dream. This is going to happen. I'm excited. We're going to keep going. This is what's going to happen. Maybe even I'm doing affirmations. I'm doing things about, yeah, this is what will happen. And then I'm just feeling like suddenly it's just like, I can't do it anymore. I just feel like this is not gonna happen. I feel like, did someone give me the wrong magic for this alchemy? Is it just water going back and forth? Is this thing even on? You know? Isn't it it feels like that kind of energy there, you know? So I don't feel like they yeah, that they move in together. Will they get married? We have the 9 of swords, which expectations, nightmares and insomnia and fear energy. I feel like and here's this 9 energy, which the 9s is actually endings. 10 is the I'm out the door, ending, beginning energy. But the 9 is like, I'm tired. I'm just tired of expecting and I'm tired of feeling disappointed energy. So I feel like it just they just snap one day and they're like, this isn't going anywhere and I need it to. I'm not going to delay my dream coming true because you don't know what you want and blah blah blah, right? Interesting, right? Um, is there another guy coming into their life? Not just one. We have the 7 of cups energy that comes in here, right? Ah, okay, yeah. So there's like several different interests with the 7 of cups, and I like this little um, do I want that one or do I want that one? I definitely don't want this one, the snake. I'm letting the snake get away. No, he's not a snake, but, um, so I do feel like there's a few other experiences that, she does have. When we ask specifically about this guy at our new workplace, no, well, so far, I feel like there's gonna be a little time here of hermit, of being alone afterwards. Again, this 9 energy with the devil card, which is, really looking at all these expectations with this 9 of swords, all these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that I have about who someone should be, what a relationship should be, what it's supposed to bring me, how it's supposed to unfold, blah, blah, blah. All these rules, right? All that mind stuff that we always talk about. And what happens, of course, when we're focusing on all these things that we think are supposed to happen in a relationship, when we're taking that inventory of expectations, we're focusing on what's not happening. And the more we focus on the things that are not happening, who someone's not being, what they're not saying, what they're not doing, what they are saying that they shouldn't be saying, we're focusing on the lack and we're sucking the life out of our relationship, right? At least our energy in it, where it's like, and then it dies. And then, but what we learn through all that is if I focus on like what I want to grow, what I'm grateful for, what I'm thankful for, what I love about them, what I love about the relationship, what I love what it's bringing me. I love who I am in the relationship, then that grows instead of, shrinks it. And I feel like that's what we learn. That's what we learn through relationships is what we like and what we don't like. Um, what actions work well for us, what actions don't. And it's growth energy that comes in here. But there definitely is this energy of um, a little time to myself with the hermit card, learning about these expectations that I'm letting go of. Yeah. And then I do feel here, and I feel like these last 3 cards will be about the other person at her work, but as she kind of appears out of the cave of the hermit after doing this reflection, she really feels empowered with the emperor, realizing what it is that she wants to do, what her heart wants, not what her mind is and all that opinion, all these people, all these self-appointed advisors telling her what she should do and supposed to do and need to do, all those expectations, right? The blah, blah, blah. That she clears the throne room and sits with herself. That's where that hermit comes in. And instead of looking at relationships from here, she looks at it from here, and then she decides what she wants, and then she puts a plan together and then takes action behind it, right? Which then takes her to a new level, Page of Wands, Page of Cups. And it's not expectations that go higher, it's the energy of her self-love goes higher, her energy goes higher, her focus changes, and that's what changes her world, because when we're doing what we've always done, we get what we always have got. And so with her changing her mindset, changing on focus on gratitude instead of expectations, releasing these things, looking at, I like that surrender energy of, I would love to be in a relationship, creator, and this is why. I understand what I want and why. Here. Then we surrender and we allow them to bring the who and the how and the when. And then this Page of Wands is like, I'm going to go live my passion. I'm going to go live my life. And then creator's going to bring the perfect person. I don't have to worry about it. I can't control any of it. I'm releasing what I can't control, focusing on what I can. Right. So I feel like there is that change that comes in, but I feel like there's a bit of, this ending with, the one Brett. Yeah, Brett. And then there's this, a few other choices, the emotional choices to be made, with all the Seven of Cups. And one of them, let's see here, to do with this other person at their work. Wow. Yeah, we do have this individual. They do offer a higher love there. Um, Two of Swords, still some conflict between head and heart. And then there's the Hierophant. So they're more of a stepping stone than they are like a long term. So it's just one of the bowls of those Seven of Cups that they interact with. But I don't feel anything significant comes from it. But I do feel like they learn through the relationship there. But I feel like she learns more about her self love than something that they offer to her. So growth, 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 stepping stone, stepping stone. Yay, yay, yay. All right, let's see what the fortune cookie comes in for her here. And then we'll go on to your next question here. All right. Yeah. Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. The enemy. It says, be careful who you share your energy with, for you live in a world with both darkness and light. Yeah. There's lower vibration expression and higher vibration expression. So, and I feel like that's that, all those cups, be aware that there's people with low vibration. And that's why I feel like a good period of time after this one ends to really sit with and question, why do I believe what I want? Why do I want, this really, the video I'm going to put out probably would be tomorrow. Um, for the new moon, it talks about becoming aware of what makes us feel safe and what makes us feel happy. Because what makes our mind feel safe, to be aware of that, and then what makes our heart happy, when we become aware of those things and we get the clarity, then we know what kind of relationship we want and what kind of individual can bring us that. If we don't know, we're kind of just shooting from the hip and going, You'll do for now." Maybe I'm gonna fall in love with the potential of who you could be, and then we realize, if I'm shopping for things on Amazon, I kinda need to do I need to know what I want, do the research, look at how many stars they got, other people's comments, and realize, "Alright, let me choose what aligns with me, and not order something to return it, order something to return it, order something to return it." I'm gonna look into it first. That's funny that they did Amazon. All right. So that's for the number 1 there, Nelia. Circle back for number 2 here. Let me just say some shout outs here. I think we had some more people come in. So we did that here. We did that here. Yeah, Jazz. Hey, Jazz. Good to see you. Let's get you on the list here for the free readings. You're welcome, Livier. Oh, sorry, something updated over there. Oh, it was that little advertisement. Okay. I was like, "What?" I saw something blink over here. Alright. So I think that was it here. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, yep, that's it. Alright. So let's jump in here. I'm gonna take another sip here. Alright. So, number 2 for you here, Nelia. Thank you again for your dual donations. Here's both of your timestamps. And thank you for the ice cream. Oh gosh, I want ice cream. I've been talking about ice cream. I need to get some ice cream. I don't need to get ice cream, but I want some ice cream. Hey, I walked almost, 3.8 miles today. That's over 6 kilometers in the kilometers in the metric system, right? Which is, I walked more than a 5K, so I deserve ice cream because 'cause I'm a dog and I deserve treats when I perform tricks. Okay, anyway, let's see what's your second one here, Delia. Alright, so messages regarding your current workplace and any changes. Will you leave there soon to venture into whatever? What, is your director's mind regarding the workplace? Alright. Let's take a look here. Sorry, hiccuping here. You like that, Olivier? "Roar, roar, roar, roar. Hey, Patty, good to see ya." Alright, so let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what's your current, workplace? They wanna know, and any changes, etcetera. Okay, got that with those. Okay, and then will you leave there soon to venture somewhere? Okay, that. And then what is your director's mind regarding the workplace? All right. Discombobulated. Yeah, right. So I do feel here, when you got the Three of Wands energy in here, this is about you choosing to go a different direction. So I feel like regarding career, you're the one that's going to like, move in a different switch, coming in here. Um, so that's the underlying energy going, you're gonna change things. It's not gonna be changed for you. So we like that. We like being in control. Or we think we're in control. So what about your workplace? I feel like this is the energy of the workplace here first. I got the Sun card and the Ace of Swords. Both of these bring a lot of clarity. The Sun card, of course, shining bright light into every area, and the Ace of Swords, again, is clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective. So I feel like some things come to light at work, and it's, "Oh, what?" And I'm not sure here. Let's see if this has to do with the changes. These 2 cards were more the change energy, but I feel like there is some, "Oh, wow," you know, some hidden things brought to light, some things that were in the shadows that suddenly are, and maybe people knew them, but they were not talked about. Now it's all out. Everyone, it's to be discussed, it's to be seen, it's to be resolved. And maybe that's where these changes come in here. Yeah, we got the 7 of Cups and the 9 of Cups. So a lot of emotional confusion, a lot of inconsistencies. And then the 9 of Cups energy here, it just feels like it brings in a more happier, um, environment. Oh, it's the fan on the computer. I was like, I hear something. But they were reminding me of, I've been having weird dreams. I've been doing this frequency emulator thingy. I'm having the bizarrest dreams. I think it's also this new moon because other people are having it, dreams too, but I got in, there and this is the kind of energy, it's like, "Whoa." It's like, because I got HR energy, like HR or human resources, that there's some, um, emotions that are shared, and it's like, "Whoa, what is this all about?" And it's like, um, because in this dream I knew it was a dream because there was this comedian was in it that was working. I go, "I know you're a comedian. This isn't real. This is a dream." And he asked me my opinion on something. I started to say it, and this lady walked up and started talking, and I just put my hand over her mouth, and I was like, what I was saying was da 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 da. And I took it off because she was saying, "That's not true." And I'm like, "These are my emotions. I know how to share this, right?" And then later in the dream, she popped back in and came into my office in whatever this dream world work, wherever I was at, and she, was like, "Well, I wanted to talk to you," and I'm like, "Yeah, because you were rude," and she goes, "No, you were rude," and, she goes, "I'm with HR," and I go, "Well, then you should know better," you know, it was like this, and then there I was like, "This is a mirror. You're reflecting back to me the rudeness that I was perceiving," you know, and, vice versa, but I feel like this is the kind of energy, it's like there's this things are done and people should have known better, and there's this kind of HR energy that comes out, and it's like, "Oh, drama," that comes in, so very interesting. Um, but I don't feel like it clears the air and brings things out that people have been wanting to talk about and couldn't talk about, or, it's like kind of the elephant in the room, and finally it's all out now. Okay, good. Will you leave there soon to venture out? I feel like it's gonna be a little bit because this is the Four of Swords and the King of Pentacles. I feel like you're taking your time to find a good fit, um, because there's this, um, King of Pentacles, which is more about abundance, and the nest. Something about you wanting the security, and this, goes into this energy that we were talking about before. What makes me feel safe? What makes me happy? There's things that make us happy, and then there's things that make us safe, and if we can find one that does both, wow. But usually, the thing that makes us feel safe kind of keeps us from being happy sometimes, like a job where it's like, "I'm very secure here. I don't wanna leave the nest until I know there's security somewhere else." I feel like that's the thing that you're kind of looking at first, and then there's a change that comes here. Um, when you look at that and go, "You know what? I'm this feeling of safety has been boycotting my feelings of happiness long enough." And when that ugliness of not being happy outweighs the fears of the security and feeling safe, that's when you take action. So, yeah, interesting. So I'm not getting a time frame on that because I feel like it has to do with range of whatever you're working on the inside. And it's all dependent upon how close you get to that and how fast. This Capricorn new moon energy can help with all that too. I'm gonna probably put out the video tomorrow morning, around that, so keep an eye out. Will Okay, and then what's your director's mind, set regarding the workplace? All right, let's see what they got here. Ooh, well, El Director, the king of communications and thinking, is thinking about leaving the company here with the Eight of Cups. Does feel like they're in this, and it feels, because it feels like things are out of order, because we've got 2 cards and then 3 cards and then 1 card, right? Whenever I get it's either 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1, but this is 2, 3, 1. What else do they have here? Yeah, I feel like they've been, with the Temperance card, here is this patiently waiting, patiently, slowly working on something. They've got the Knight of Swords and the Six of Swords, which is, again, movement of thought and belief, researching, communicating. I think they've been working on movement energy with both of these. So I feel like they have been interviewing or investigating something going on here. Yeah, because in case we're like, are they really thinking of leaving? Well, we got the Eight of Cups again, which is an energy of walking away from relationships that don't serve anymore. So I feel like they're either retiring or they're going to go to a different job or something along those lines. So I feel like, they're what did I think about the workplace? I see the light at the end of the tunnel because I'm leaving. So I feel like that's why they're kind of in this, oh well, oh well, oh well, because they're like, I'm not going to be here much longer. I feel like they've got kind of that leaving blues in a way where they know that their time is limited. They're, and they're like, so interesting. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Oh yeah, patterns. Oh, that also makes sense. I was thinking that when the 2, 3, 1, sometimes it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and I felt patterns, and I feel like they're seeing the same pattern over and over again, and they're kind of done with seeing the same pattern in a way. Negative patterns and destructive habits have gained momentum in your life. Remember that each moment offers you an opportunity to create a new reality by choosing differently. That's also for you. You're like, yeah, I'm ready. I see the same patterns over and over again, both in the job, but also in myself, right? I keep on sacrificing my joy for safety, and that's normal for humans. But when our joy becomes so unjoyful, that's when that's when we it outweighs our fears, and that's when we make change, but not before, usually. But maybe you're changing the pattern. Boom. All right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings. I think that's and then Patty, I see your donation. We'll jump to you here in a moment. Thank you so much for that. And let's see here. I had a couple more people come in here, I believe. So we have Jazz. We got you on there. And Tanya Hikes. Yeah, that's where I saw. Hey, Tanya. Let me add you under the free reading list here. And Moonlight, you think you're going crazy. It's 5 o'clock in the morning and you can't sleep. Lots of noise in your house today. So what's keeping you awake? All right. We will end you on to the free list for that one. All right. Yeah, it could be this new moon energy, which, of course, new moon in Capricorn, your probably mind's probably right. That is crazy. All right. I'm not a licensed counselor, so I cannot confirm or deny your craziness. I'm disclaiming that right now. All right. So let's jump in here. So Patty, thank you so much for your donation. Let's give this your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And then let's give that a love there for your donation. And what can you expect in the next few months, right? Based on your current energies, what do they want you to know? What is coming your way? Let's take a look here. Those, all right. do want this one, and I do want these two and this one. Ooh, and this one too. All right. All righty. So we've got these 5 cards, and then these. Oh, 5 and 5. Well, it's a number of change, but on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight out of them all. But underneath that, you do have the Knight of Swords, which is a faster moving knight. So things start off a little slow, then things kind of pick up fast here with that kind of energy coming in here. So that's good to know. I feel like the slow time is the 5 cards, and then the speeding up time is the other 5 cards. That's what I'm being told anyway. So we'll look at that. So the slow times, usually when we get like a Knight of Pentacles or a slow card, it's giving us an opportunity of no action so that we can take inner action so that we don't repeat cycles and we draw different things to us because we raise our vibration and we draw in different things than we did before. So let's see what we got here. You got the 3 of Cups. So here is this joy energy. I immediately felt here, though, this is giving you an opportunity in a way to find your tribe. And it's giving you an opportunity to find people. I feel like there's like 2 people that are like-minded like you, and you think along the same lines. You've had a lot of the same experiences. And so this is giving you time to find them during the slowness and do this kind of activity. So I do feel like you meet them and you just immediately click, and then all 3 of you click and you become like peas in a pod energy in a way, which kind of feels like different for you in that normally you're like, and I don't mean this in any kind of derogatory way towards other people, but you kind of look at them going, I usually give more than I receive, and so I'm just not I don't find people interesting enough. People have been really predictable, but these people are intriguing to you, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, finally." And you all feel that same way because people are normally not on your wavelength, and so you just feel like you don't have a lot in common with people, it feels like, but this is that you do find 2, and you're like, "1 was a miracle too," and all 3 of you are like, "Oh my gosh, where have you guys been all our lives?" It's like a sisterhood, um, but not sisters. So I like that. What else? Yep, 9 of Cups. You're also gaining a lot of clarity in what your emotional dream come true is here. What else? You got more cups? No, you got the Hierophant, which is definitely seeing things from a higher perspective and the major arcana number of change. So there is this changing, this realizing things are different than you um you want things differently than you've wanted them in the past. You're letting go of some old mindsets and really getting in big connection to your heart here during this slower period. Yeah. And then I feel like you get this inspiration, this Ace of Wands, this new passion of something that you want to do. And the Eight of Pentacles is, putting the blood, the sweat, the tears into this new endeavor, in whether it's going back to school or learning something new, or that you need to put in effort to move toward whatever this new dream is. But you do find it during this period, and it had to do with you stepping into your heart. That's the slow period. But as soon as you're raising that vibration, as soon as you're getting that spark, now that's speeding things up, and that's when things pick up. Which then brings you to this. You got the 9 of Pentacles, which is this independence energy, could be even entrepreneur energy, but it is this independent energy, this abundant in the outside world. You and spirit, we're co-creators, let's go kind of energy that comes in here. You have the Queen of Swords, a beautiful balance between the head and the heart. Instead of having the heart imprisoned like it is down there, it's setting it free. And this is so perfect for what you just came out of with this. You're allowing the heart to speak, and before the mind would try to imprison the heart and suppress it, but now that you're like, "No, the heart is leading us," the mind goes, "Alright, I'll support that. I'll support the heart instead of trying to control it." And then your mind starts coming up with ideas and clarity, and instead of feeling like it's a struggle, you feel movement, and that's this Knight of Swords is you have this movement of thought and belief and clarity that comes in, with that all too. Your mind shows you the way instead of going, "No, no." Instead of arguing with the heart, it supports the heart and tells you how we can live this dream. Yeah, and then the Queen of Wands. You got all this queen energy. This is you putting that action. Get out of my way. I got things to do. You definitely sparked to create and have this movement create. The Empress. Again, this is a lot of emotional energy. This is creating my dream of my heart, and I like that energy. Yep, and the Hanged Man. I feel like this is because we had the slow energy of the Knight of Pentacles. When we get the Hanged Man, that's like it's a pause energy, even the Temperance on the bottom, all this pause energy in the beginning, the slowness. Once you have that dream and once you have that in your vision, it's like, how we say here in the United States, that like a dog after a bone, it's like they're rah, 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 rah. My host has a black Labrador, black lab, and you give her that bone and she's just, it's the ones that are hollow and you put peanut butter and stuff in it. You're just like, she's gonna be doing that for hours. And you try to take it from her, she'll just pick it up and go into the other room. Nope, this is mine. So I like this for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. I don't like that was it. So what's your fortune cookie? All right, here we go. Yep, and so we have a bit of like healing and transformation during the slow time a little bit too here. Says a situation that once brought pain is now transforming into an opportunity for renewal. Even if healing is not instantaneous, take peace in knowing that the process has begun. So whatever it's a transformation, I feel like, is better than healing because it's not like something that we're ever broken, but it's transforming whatever this feelings and emotions that held you down in the past, all that mindsets and the fears and those. Now you're like, this period that you've been going through slowness is allowing you to really face that and to put these fears, allow yourself to do this, and it changes and it just takes you to a new level. So, um, I like that. It's allows your to get out of your head and into your heart. So, I like that for you, Patty. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. What is this noise? Sound like something was vibrating. I don't hear it anymore. Okay. I'm hearing things. Uh-oh. Maybe I'm the one going crazy, Moonlight. Can watch it live. All right. Let's shuffle these up. I think that was it for donations. You're very welcome. I'm glad it's helpful. All right. I think we are all caught up on donations. So we've got free readings here. So for free readings here, we've got Gene XO and then Dolphy Steve and then Kat Mia and then Sudesh Nee, then Tim De La Gem, Just Alice, Sean G, Alicia, Happy Pill, Brenda Globy, and then Nelia Medeiros, and then Jazz, and then Tanya Hikes, and then Moonlight. Whoa, we have a little bit to go here. The list grew back. It's like rabbits. You look away for a moment and look at there's all these other ones. I love it. So let's take a look here. Let's see what we got going on. So, Gene, you are up. So 4:13:55. Here is your timestamp. Hello, you're here. Thanks for hanging out. So, you want to know what are eyes, feelings, and next actions towards you after yesterday? And also check the underlying energy. All right. So, feelings and next actions. All right. There we go. And bottom of the deck. All right. Feelings, next actions. All right. Well, okay. I know. Three of Pentacles on the bottom is your underlying energy, which is collaboration, friendship, kind of energy, creation, being true to one's authentic self kind of energy. The feelings, we have the Six of Pentacles, which is a good giving and receiving type of energy, like two adults giving and receiving, not a codependent relationship, but a giving and receiving of two adults. So I like this. It's not horrible energy, right? Um, and then when we move into actions, then everything just goes to hell. No, I'm just kidding. But bung, what? Well, because we have the Knight of Pentacles, which is the slowest moving knight, right? So it's patience. It's things are moving. It's just they're not even on the horse. They're walking with the horse instead of being on the horse going, giddy up, right? So it is about taking time, things slowly moving forward. Eight of Pentacles, too, is transformation and, putting in the work and going through the phases and really focusing in more on doing their inner work than, um, you know, doing the outer. It's kind of like the, butterfly, caterpillar butterfly, they've got that, um, that energy of transforming and doing all that first. Then when we're butterflies, who knows? But right now, right? So disheveled, bloodshot eyes, not sleeping. Yeah, I mean, they're going through transformation, so they are doing release energy and things are bubbling up. This new moon energy too is a powerful one. It's bringing up a lot of stuff from emotional. I know for me, I'm having dreams about events, exes coming back, and going, what's going on here? You know, uh mirroring, like I was talking about the HR mirroring of you're rude, and we're saying you're rude at the same time, going, oh my gosh, I was rude. That was rude of me covering up someone's mouth and telling them to quit speaking. In the dream, I didn't do that in reality that I know of. But it's interesting, that it comes in here, right? Yeah, go home, go to bed. But that's all right. They're going through their transformation, and um, so all you get to do is not control them or tell them what to do or not to do, whatever. You just get to be grateful for who they are and enjoy your interactions. Right now, it just feels like they're going through transformation. So, and you're a butterfly. They're in their cocoon, so you're like, that's right. We can wait for them to be a butterfly because if I try to cut them out too early, they'll never fly. They'll never have their wings, right? Yeah, right. Very cool. All right, so that's what they have for you, Gene. Many blessings to you. Enjoy. Thanks for hanging out and your patience and getting to you guys' readings too. All right, you're very welcome. All right, Doll Face Diva, you are up. Good. Here's your timestamp and a general. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. All right. Ooh, got three here. All right. Yeah. It feels here because you've got these two cards are kind of similar energies, and that Temperance is you know, it's like alchemy. Things are unfolding, things are going back and forth. There's this magic as this liquid goes in between the two cups. Eventually, it'll turn to gold. And the Nine of Wands is like an energy of like a a hold, right? It's something that we've reached a point now we're waiting for the gate to lower so we can continue going forward. I don't know if you guys heard that. It's the speaking of black labs with bones, she has her bone. um, but there's the 3 of Pentacles, which is creation, being true to your authentic self. And so I feel like the message here that's coming in here for you is this slowness, this time of things slowly changing is giving you the time to kind of burn away the things that are not you so that you're stepping even more into your true authenticity, your true creativity. And it's given you that space to kind of question that and understand what it is and to, um, invest that time because you have time. And I feel like that's what's kinda doing you kinda pocketed in a way outside of space and time and activity a little bit to give you that experience. So, just know that during the slowness, it is for you, and that's the intention of the time is for you to question what's no longer you, so you can remove that going, "This isn't me, this is me," and you're able to act and create in a more authentic way. So that's what they got there for you. So cheers, cheers. I'm gonna take another sip here. All right. Cat Mia, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And is there really less opportunity for you, or do you have equal and more opportunities compared to E, but you're not seeing it? Okay. Let's take a look here. All right, thank you. These cards come flying out. Well, I feel like you have the Knight of Wands and the Queen of Swords. Sorry, I was listening to them because they were going, well, it's not about comparison. If you compare, when our human compares, they're always going to find fault, either in themselves or other people. That's how our human works. There's all these expectations, all these thoughts, and everything, right? And there's no less opportunity for anyone for the opportunities that are perfect for you. Your opportunities are different than their opportunities because you're different people. You don't need the same opportunities, and everyone has the exact opportunities that are best for them. Isn't that cool? Because the Queen of Swords, they're saying this is the perfect compatibility partner energy, which is you have opportunities that are perfect and compatible for you, but your opportunities would not be the same for them because if you're a eagle and they're a shark, you are two powerful, bird of prey and a fish of prey in two different environments. So your opportunities look different than the shark's opportunities. Doo-doo. That's the Jaws theme. And the Knight of Wands is it's all about your quest and understanding your power because what controls what comes into our life and what doesn't is us, no one else. If I focus in on what I fear, what I need and want, which is lack energy, or compare or whatever, I'm bringing in lower vibrational energy that matches all that lower vibrational action. But if I focus on gratitude for what I do have, what I have had, what I'm grateful for in my life, focus on unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, all that higher vibration, then I draw in things that match that. But I'm the one that draws in my opportunities and no one else. So we all have equal opportunity. we're an equal opportunity higher being, but what we choose to focus on is what influences what is drawn to us and no one else. So hopefully that makes sense. Um, and yeah, that's what they have. I know you get it. All right. So many blessings, my dear. Right. Sudeshni, you are up. Here is for your free croissant. Thank you for your donation earlier. So, will you get positive feedback from your medical insurance this week? Um, after you submit your personal health questionnaire, right? Based on current energies. Let's see what we got here. Oop, and this one too. Yeah, I feel like that you're going to get follow-up here with the Knight of Swords. This is the quest for more information. So I feel like based on your questionnaire, there's just gonna be some follow-up. It's just gonna delay things a little bit with this 9 of Wands. Whoops, because it's, holding you back here. And the 6 of Cups, it's like there's something here, because this is something 6 of Cups can be something returning from the past, and I feel like there's something that pops up in their files or reports or something that they need to confirm. They're like, "We show blah, blah, blah. Did you da da blah, 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 blah?" So I feel like there's not any negative feedback, but I feel like there is the need for clarification on something from the past. And they just need you to either answer some additional questions or provide something, in order to move forward. So that's what they have there. So hopefully that makes sense, Sudeshni. You would know. You're like, I know. We know that it's already delayed a little bit, but things could pick up, right? All righty. So Tim De La Gem, you are up, Tim. Here is your timestamp. Am I speaking to the right Tim? You're like, "Oh my god, how long was I out for? I think I blacked out." All right, so you put out the resume into the ether. You're labeled possible jobs A, B, or C. Which one will contact you first, even if it takes a while? I know which one you're hoping for. All right, so you know A, B, and C. So we'll do 3 cards for you. We'll do A. Oh, you got 3 cards, A, B, and C. Even if I wasn't going to do it, they gave you 3 anyway. So A, you have the Lover's card, which is an emotional choice energy. Let's see what each one of these is. You got B, which is boredom, 4 of Cups. And C, you have the 10 of Cups, overwhelming joy here. I feel like the one that's going to contact you first is going to be A, because you got the Lover's card, and it's a major arcana, which would be the highest emotional energy. You got all emotional cards, the Lovers, 4 of Cups, and 10 of Cups, and the Lover's card is Gemini energy. So A, I feel is first, C is second, B, I don't feel like B is, it's like boredom, it's stagnant energy. So I feel like that kind of just sits and festers for a while. But that's the rate in which I see those come in based on current energies. So I like that for you. So let's see if that resonates with what you were feeling, huh? All right. Many blessings to you. All right. Let me get these other ones squared away here. Let me just put these little, little marks after them here. All right. Got them done. All right. I feel better when they're all set and ready. It's my Capricorn. I tell you, it's my Capricorn rising. It likes organization. All right. I think we're done with that. Let's move to this stack here. All righty. So just Alice, hee. I have to do it like that. Like a Michael Jackson for a moment. All right. So here is your timestamp, Alice. So, what are the energies for how your BCG interviews will go? Would it be better to do an interview on the 29th or push it out? All right, let's take a look here. So, energies around the interview for BCG, right? Try that again. All right, thank you. And then, what kind of energy do you have? So 29th. No, they don't want those either. So the 29th or push it out. So let's see here. Energy on the 29th versus pushing it out. We'll do 2 and 2. So the energy around the interview, yeah, we've got here the 7 of cups, like mixed feelings, mixed emotions, 10 of swords, letting go of expectations, kind of energy that comes in here. And I feel like what spirit is saying is, when you go in, the more you go in with less expectations and out of your head, the less emotionally confusing you'll feel with, all these emotions. If you go in just, you know what? I'm just going to go and check it out. I'm going to have a conversation. It's not a test. It's not an exam. If you go in with that 10 of swords energy of, oh my God, I gotta do well. I've got to do this or else. And then you're out of your mind and you're emotionally all over the place. You're not focused. So if you can go in calm, knowing, whatever's meant for me never passes me by. What's meant for me never passes me by. I'm going to go in and I'm going to just talk and have a conversation. I'm going to get to know them. I'm going to let them get to know me, and we're going to see if it's a good fit. See if they feel it's a good fit for them, and I'm going to see if it's a good fit for me. And then we'll decide. So I like this, them saying here, the energies are, if you can go in with a calm energy, it's of course the best for you, right? If you go on the interview on the 29th, yeah, I don't feel like it matters here, because the Knight of Swords with the 29th is that you move on to the next step here with the, Knight of Swords. It's additional communication, like, if there's another interview, you end up going, on for it there. If you push it out, the 4 Pentacles, it's still a solid energy in the outside world, kind of energy. Um But so I don't feel like it's like a here nor there kind of energy. I quite honestly, with what I'm feeling here, I feel like if you pushed it out, you would feel more comfortable and more secure, but the 29th is fine. It's you move forward if you do it on the 29th. So, um, you can choose which one you feel resonates with you more there, but that's what I feel I have for you, Alice. So many blessings to you. Right. Sean G, you are up. Thank you for your donations earlier, your multiple donations. Here's for your free reading. You're on crack. Oh, no, you're on track. I'm just kidding. It says, I'm on track with am I on track with my professional goals? Any advice or guidance? Let's take a look here. All right. Are you on track? And the King of Cups, this balance between head and heart energy, which is funny. And then any guidance, which the Knight of Swords here, which is on a quest for clarity, in here, seeing things from a higher perspective. And that's what I kind of feel here. Kind of mentioned this, I think, in one of your readings from your higher self, I think, because this is like professional goals. It's okay to kind of like have I'm going to head in this direction. But when we get, um, let's see, obsessed seems too strong of a word. How about attached? That's a better word. Attached to this having something to do with my worth, then it becomes a drag. It sucks the life out of what we're doing. But, it's like we talked about, when you have all this goal and this, all right, this is what it has to be, and then we live in that I've got to do so much. I'm behind in the negative till I get up to 0. And it's that feeling when we set this goal, we're like, I'm behind. I've got to do all this to get up to here. What happens when we're here? We're at 0. Then we're behind again. Then we have to keep climbing to get to the next goal. And the King of Cups energy of balancing the head and the heart comes in where it's like, I am getting out of my head. My mind can go, well, this is a good goal. And like, yeah, we can head in that direction, but I'm following my heart. I'm going to have gratitude for each moment and enjoying my journey and my adventure. And it's like, well, but I have these business goals because I want to achieve this and I want to be able to do this and be able to do this. And it's like, yeah, that's all good, but can become so attached, have our worth attached to it that we do become obsessed with, I must, and then when it becomes that, then that's not enjoying life, that's feeling imprisoned by life. It feels like that existing energy. I'm a workhorse. You know, um, I feel like I'm working in a sweatshop and I'm not enjoying the process. I get stuck in this, I can be happy when, instead of I'm happy now, grateful for what I have now, and I'm grateful for the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. Because sometimes we'll get really caught up in putting our happiness connected to outcomes, and when we do that, we don't get to enjoy life. We just become a slave to it instead. So, I feel like that's what they want you to know with all of that, at least for today. Right? So many blessings, Sean. Enjoy. Right. Alicia, you are up. I think you got 435. So, Alicia, you wanted career guidance. Let's take a look here. All right. I got these two in this one. Yeah. Do you feel like you're going to have a lot of clarity around career come in here? Because you got the sun card, which definitely shines a bright light on everything. And I feel like it shines here because you got a death and rebirth and the 5 of cups. And there's like this, you're ready to change careers, you're ready to go in a different direction, you're ready to say goodbye and to kind of mourn a dream that wasn't yours, but you're mourning this dream you're letting go of so you can pursue something that's more in alignment with your true self here. And I like this for you because it does change your life. It's an energy of change with this 5 of cups. And we're talking about it earlier, which great awareness that, our mind has things it feels it needs to be in order to be safe. Our heart has things that it has in order to feel like it's living and that, is bringing it joy. And that's our that's where conflict comes in when the heart goes, "I'm gonna go this direction." The mind goes, "No, that's unsafe. I wanna go this direction." And if we, instead of letting these 2 children fight within us, our mental inner child and our emotional inner child, we can sit them down and go, "Guess what? Let's find something that we can work on together. What's something that allows you to feel safe?" Sorry, a little blurry. To feel safe and then also to experience joy. And there are things out there, but it takes us getting out of our head first and be willing to, um, venture out into the unknown that freaks out our, in at least our mental inner child. So I feel like there's exploration. Um, you don't have to give up anything yet. That freaks out the mind. No, I don't want to. It throws a tantrum, right? If you're like, we're just going to go look, we don't have to make any decisions. Let's just go look. Let's just go check it out, right? And if you do that, then you might find something that both your mind and your heart enjoy as far as career, and then you can make a change when you're ready. Okay. So hopefully that helps, Alicia. That's what I got for you. Many blessings. Right. Happy Pill, you are up. Here we are. Typing. I was like, where was I typing? Over here. All right. So, Happy Pill, angel guidance on your hostel room. Will you get uh, change if he's till when, or if not, will I be able to have a single room or some room partner will be assigned? All right, very good. Let's take a look here. So, angel guidance on your hostel room. All right. Yeah. I feel like you're about to have a change here with the 3 of Wands. Um, so there is this movement that feels like with the 10 of Pentacles, I don't feel like you are alone because there's all this crowd of people. Well, you're in a hostel room, right? um, but it's some room with a partner that's assigned, but I feel like it feels like abundance with the 10 of Pentacles. So this 3 of Wands is a change of direction, but I feel like you are the one that gets to change that. You can request it with this 3 of Wands. So I feel like it's important for you to ask what you want, and then they're able to tell you what they're able to offer, and then a change is made. So I feel like it's important, um, to if you've asked, to re-ask, with this 3 of Wands energy that's coming in. But it feels good. 10 of Pentacles feels like an abundance. It feels like a positive outcome, for you. So that's what they have for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. I was hoping that you'd have your own room, but that 10 of Pentacles, there's a crowd. Maybe there's even like a room of 4 people. But, definitely, some good energy there, right? All right. And then Brenda Globy, you are up. So Brenda, here is your timestamp. And should AS give up on Tay T Ty maybe and JJ? Let's take a look here. TAE. So okay, that's for Tay or Ty, and then what about JJ? And of course, there's no should I's. It's just I feel like if you don't give up on them, this is what AS would experience. So with Ty, well, there is movement, there is power of choice energy, victory energy. With Ty here, still choice energy, but what about JJ? Yeah, with JJ, there's victory energy. Um, with both of these, Chariot is victory energy, Six of Wands is victory energy, Sun is victory. It just feels like there's you know, no shoulds and giving up maybe like on them, but I feel like there's this give up on the thoughts and the expectations and focusing on that. If I focus on the gratitude of who someone is, I feel like that's a big piece of what they're learning through these experiences with these different people is when I have a lot of because that power of choice with the chariot is if I focus on what I'm grateful for and on the abundance, I get more. If I focus on who they're supposed to be and should be and need to be and what's supposed to happen should happen, then it sucks the life and I get more of that. So I feel like they're saying, well, if you give up on them, if you it's like the lessons are repeated until they are learned. If you don't learn it through those 2, they're just gonna bring in more people, but really embrace why I want to experience them and what I want to learn through interacting with them, and then when I'm done, then I no longer need the teachers. I don't feel like they are going to be long-term people. I feel like they are what we would call stepping stones, but I do feel like they've got, that learning is there on purpose for a purpose, as well. All right. So I feel like that is what they have. Let me just jump in here. There we go. So hopefully that helps, Brenda. That's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. Hey, Michelle. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I did get your donation via the Cash App. So let me add you to the donation list up yonder. All right. So just so everyone knows, I do have 4 readings left for the free readings. Nelia will be up next, and then Jazz, and then Tanya, and then Moonlight. You'll be up after that. But I'm going to step out and get into a donation here. So let's grab these here. So Michelle, I love it. Look at your timestamp. 4:44:44. You can't make it up. I love it. So thank you for your donation via Zcash app. I appreciate that. And your question is, your son and I are going to sell cakes as a side business. I love it because I love cake. I do. I tell you. All right. So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, how will it go? All right. We got those and that and those. Don't. Those? No, I do want these though. And then that one and this one here. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Let me just scooch these out. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the 4 of Pentacles, which is a solid energy when it comes to Pentacles. And I like this home energy of the 4 of Pentacles too. So I don't know if you're probably going to be doing this at home, but it's a really solid foundation for the home energy too. Let's see what that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I like this. We got the King of Cups, which is an energy of great balance, but also very good compatibility. The Judgment card, which is like this calling, this draw energy here. And I feel like there is this feeling of like, this is what I was born to do kind of energy. And maybe that's for both of you. Let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, King of Pentacles, abundance energy, fullness energy. So I like that. It does feel like it brings in the coin. It brings in this feeling of fulfillment and abundance in the outside world here too. I don't feel like anything else for those. Yeah, I like this here. There's a lot of clarity and learning to go in here with the 5 of Pentacles. 5 of Pentacles is the fear of not having enough, not being enough, being left behind, left out in the cold, but more of the lack energy. And the Knight of Swords, there is a little bit of a learning curve here. I feel on those energies and on that realization around that. And by that, what do we mean by that, Spirit? Can you tell me a little more? Because it's like budgeting is important. I feel like you learn about what to charge and what things cost and how much things. I feel like you really work it out. So it's a little bit in the beginning, it might be like, well, on that batch we broke even at least. So now we know we need to, you know, for this kind of cake, we need to charge this because it takes more ingredients, more time, and more effort than these, right? So we'll charge this for these, but this for these. I feel like there's that kind of working out of that energy here. And yeah, so that's, I feel like that's it feels like a lot around that. And budgeting is important, as well. And then yeah, I like this. Because here's the judgment card again, we got that in the beginning here, just so you see I've got multiple cards of the same one. But this is altering things a little bit as well. So, the dream, you get clarity around it. This is as you're doing things, you do alter course and kind of change, like you intended, okay, this is what we're gonna do. And then as you're going along, you're like, you know what? Let's do this. And like we're gonna introduce cupcakes too, or instead of big cakes, we're gonna do smaller cakes, or it's like you alter it based on what you're doing and um capacity and excitement and switching things up too. So I feel like you might start off with one thing, knowing that I would like to do this and this and this too, but we'll start off with this. And then you add more and it's like almost like there's 3 avenues of what you wanna do with baking or cooking or whatever. There's like 3 kind of distinct things, and that's part of your adventure, but you get to choose when you introduce the next thing and the next thing. So do one, do it well, get it started, and then introduce the second. I feel like Spirit's saying, don't try to do all 3 at once. Start with one, and then add the next, and then add the third. So, hopefully you know what that means. Yeah, and just trust temperance. Things do unfold, things do grow. Just beware of letting go of expectations with the 4 of swords. But, I feel like the temperance, that is about things, start off, like alchemy. It's like it goes back and forth, and even though you see the magic, you don't see it changing fast, but before you realize it, it turns to gold, and then you're like, "Oh, there it is. I was wondering." And then it happens. So and it feels like the success kind of just bubbles up out of nowhere. Um, Sudden, like, it seems like it's sudden, but you've been doing the work and you've been doing it, and word of mouth spreads, and it does feel like what is there, some sort of celebration? Oh, I don't know if Mardi Gras is a big, um well, you're in the United States, right? You don't have to share that. But I just saw king cakes, um, huge for Mardi Gras, and isn't Mardi Gras coming up? It just feels like something like that where that's what they're showing me in my head, just as an example. It doesn't need to be that, but you get the example that, it's a specialty cake for a special and you just get all this stuff at once. Go, 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 go. And that's how it happens is suddenly, boom, there's all this business for this specific event. Um, and then that's how it kind of just you get known really well because everyone's like, oh my God, these were amazing. And so word of mouth spreads very fast. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, let's get you your fortune cookie too. All right. So what else about this baker? Oh wow, I love this. Freedom. I love this. Being your own boss, right? Your calls for freedom are heard, and the day of liberation is arriving. What once limited your voice or your power will soon be dismantled. I feel like that's an extra message for you. But, there's also this wonderful financial freedom energy that can come with that too. So, I like this for you, Michelle. Boom, boom. Cakes, cakes. Are you selling them locally, or are they gonna be shipped everywhere? I'm asking for a friend. All right, that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I really appreciate that. All right. So up next here we have Nelia Maderos. Nelia, thank you for your donations earlier. Here is for your free reading. Anything you need to know. Let's see here. What does Spirit feel would be good for you to know right now? Or that's for your benefit. Let's see. Yeah, you've got the Page of Swords here, which is about here's this change of story energy. You even got the book there. And you've got the Six of Swords and the Two of Pentacles, too. Six of Swords is also about leaving old ways of thinking behind, seeing things from a higher perspective, and that allows movement of mind, which also it takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters, and it also takes you from out of balance to in balance in the outside world. So it feels here, this is about a mindset change, seeing things differently. And what is this about? I'm just trying to see what area of your life they'll will they bring in here for me. And just immediately heard daughters, so I feel like this does have to do with maybe some choppy waters with the daughters. And we've got, the two kind of twins. It's like the splitting of the eggs to create the twins, right? But there is the one that feels kind of dreamy and the other one feels very practical. But that there's this, and I don't feel like this is trouble in between them, but this is understanding them in a different way, seeing them from a higher perspective. And this is also like seeing it, it's almost like the Geminis, the twins, but it's the higher selves and the human selves that, you know them as the human characters, but the actors behind the characters, this is their true selves. And I do feel like there's this clarity coming in, again, seeing things from that higher perspective, seeing that they chose me to be their mother, just as I chose them to be my children. And we agreed this before we came down, and there was purpose and reason for it. And it's just like realizing, yeah, you're not a, you know, I know we're parent child, but we're actually equals on a spiritual realm. And that it's sometimes difficult, I know, for parents to look at children and grandchildren and people as adults and equals because of that kind of instilled, I am your mother. I brought you into this world. I can take you out energy. But there is this kind of nudge of seeing, and this can be for everyone. I feel like they said, like, start with your daughters, but you can actually start to see other people as, you're that's just a character, but the actor behind the character is this amazing, huge being, supernatural being made of unconditional love and light, and that it brings you a different perspective of your daughters, but of people too. So interesting. But that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. Jazz, you are up. Thank you guys so much for all your thumbs up. Thank you for all of that and helps spread the Zen love. And it lets me know you guys are enjoying your free reading. So thank you guys for doing that. I very appreciate that. So, Jazz, you would like to ask guidance for the bond, between you and A. All right, let's take a look here. The bond between the two of you. All right, let's see. You've got 2 and 2. I feel like one is one of you, and one is the other. All right. Well, you both kind of have this ending and beginning energy. Because on one side, we've got a hermit with the Fool card, which is the first card of the major arcana, which is all about I want to be by myself energy. Um, and the full card, that's Aquarius. And the other one, the reason I was kinda like, "Huh," because we also got the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and the Ten of Wands energy is endings and beginnings energy and seeing things differently too. So it feels here there is this, like, and maybe you'll know which one is which in this, but the hermit person, which is A, right? Someone that prefers to be by themselves, kind of as an introvert, wants to, they're very much likes to have their alone time. And the Fool card is an energy of, in their minds, it's Uranus, um, Aquarius energy, which is quirky. I'm Aquarius. Quirky and different, also a hermit. Um, and but free of expectations, full of possibilities. Aquarius energy of not doing things like normal, not expectations and rules or um intentions, but I just want to be able to have adventure. Not it has to, all this needs to happen and I need to know what you want, where what relationship do we have, where it's headed, blah blah blah, right? There it's more of this, I like my independence. I like adventure with you. I just don't want all these, I don't want to be a caged lion. I don't want all these things trapping me kind of energy. And if this is you, if that's correct, then the Queen of Pentacles, is this, nurturing energy, and the Ten of Wands is, this moving energy from focusing in on what feels like a burden, which would be a lot of expectations of this is the way love is supposed to be, how we're supposed to act, how things are supposed to unfold, who you're supposed to be, who I'm supposed to be, blah, 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 all these rules. We invest a lot of energy. It starts to feel like burden. Whereas if I focus in on what feels like gratitude, grateful for who someone is, thankful, and focus on that, then that grows. And that's kind of what it feels like A is wanting is not rules and being told how what I'm not doing, but sharing with each other what we love about each other and what we're grateful for in one another. But it feels like the bond there, there's this, it goes into A, feeling fear of not living up to all those expectations, being a disappointment, and then being rejected or abandoned. That's kind of what they experienced when they were younger. If they didn't do what was they were being told and obeyed all the rules, they got sent to their room or got the cold shoulder or, you know, um, rejected by family or, probably family more so than anyone, I feel, their experiences. And so that's been their norm and what they don't want to experience anymore. So hopefully that helps, Jazz. I feel like that's kind of where we're at for this moment. All right. Many blessings. All right. Tanya Hikes, you are up. 5:02:07. 5 hours. Can you believe it's been 5 hours? Zoom, zoom. A general reading for this week. Let's take a look here. What do they want you to know for the week? All right. Well, we definitely have. You got the Hierophant here, which this is about clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective, a change in perspective, even. And the Ten of Pentacles, it feels like this is a week where you kind of make some alterations on what abundance feels like, what fullness feels like, what a relationship is supposed to be, should be. It's like you're altering your beliefs and perceptions around what all this means. And it's kind of like we'll have maybe conflict that arises to show us that. And if we look at it as a gift instead of like, oh, something's wrong, where like when conflict arises, it shows us something that's bubbling below the surface that can be looked at and transformed rather than just having it running on autopilot below the surface that's impacting us. We're just not aware of it until, oh, I see you. we will transmute you and change now. We'll question the belief at the root that's causing the conflict, um, causing the anxiety to bolt up and build up. And but there's clarity that comes through with this as well. Feel like you also realize something here on who's been a stepping stone in your life, maybe even like a little bit of reflection with this new moon in Capricorn tomorrow. I feel like that energy that you have around this is really reflecting on what has worked in the past in relationships and what hasn't. And there's this, we learn from our stepping stones. That's what stepping stones are for. We learn things to take us to the next step, to the next step, to the next step, realizing what we do enjoy and what we don't enjoy, who we are and who we're not, and the clarity that comes with that. So I feel like that's what's kind of bubbling up here for you next week. I'm gonna, yeah, it's a little late tonight. Tomorrow I'll put out a video around the new moon wishes and intentions, which deals a little bit with all this too. So be on the lookout for that. Right? That's what they have for you, Tanya. So many blessings to you. All right. Moonlight, you are up. Thank you for your donation earlier. Maybe you fell asleep by now because you're like, I'm going crazy. Am I going crazy? 5 o'clock in the morning, I can't sleep. So lots of noise in the house today. So what's keeping you awake? Let's take a look here. Let's see. What does Spirit wants you to know about what is keeping you awake? Yeah, you've got a lot of energy that's changing here. You got the Wheel of Fortune and you got the Page of Wands. So you're going from a 10 to an 11 energy, but there is a lot of energy. The Wheels of Fortune, I do feel like that is bringing like a lot on your mind because it does feel like the spinning energy. And I know this energy of the moon is wow. And so, of course, you being so connected to that, it of course is flowing there. But yeah, I feel like that's a lot of there's some worry there. I feel with this 10 of wands, like not 10 of wands, the Wheel of Fortune, where's this headed? Where are things going? I feel like it's a lot below the surface that's energizing you. And um, yeah, and I know you kind of work on trying to find ways to ground yourself, but I feel like if you can't sleep anyway, do some Googling, some research on different ways to ground yourself. Might even be if you haven't journaled and gotten some of the stuff that's on your mind and on your heart out of you. It's like you haven't expressed it, especially with a lot of hermiting. There's a lot of built up energy that you used to express outward, but maybe if you feel like you don't have someone to really talk to, I think you talk to your son a little bit, but I feel like there's some stuff to get out and some allowing some energy to flow because I feel like it's really spiraling within you. So getting things out of your mind and onto paper so your mind stops looping, getting some emotional, that's mental and emotional energy, getting that out will help. But I feel like moon energy is just expanding and expanding more for all of us, and especially for people who are Cancer moons and other water elements and water moons and water signs and people with a lot of water in their chart. It's just getting to be extreme. So finding things you can do to ground yourself. Maybe look at your birth chart, see where you have any earth elemental energy. If in any of the earth signs or in any of the houses, the what is it? The second, the sixth, and the 10th house, which we're in Capricorn energy. You got this grounding Capricorn energy, but I feel like it's a lot to do with this moon energy and a combination of that mental energy, the emotional energy, and the moon energy. So some outlets for those things and the grounding can help you there. But I just feel like it's a combo that's hitting it all right now. So Hopefully that helps a little bit, Moonlight. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And I think that is it, everybody. That's good because I got to go to the restroom. It suddenly hit me, all this coffee and everything. I'm like, I didn't, it's been 5 hours since I've been sitting here. I hope I didn't like, um, no, I'm not going to go there. I'm like, oh, never mind. I understand now. Anyway, thank you guys so much for your sense of humor, for all your love and all your support. If you haven't checked out, or you're, it's not too late to get into the drawing for tomorrow. Let me get this here. Notes for live sessions. It's over here. Where did it go? Oh, here it is over here. You're welcome, Moonlight. Are you still awake? All right. If you guys haven't got into the drawing for tomorrow, after my walk tomorrow, I'm going to pull a winner for the 30-minute person recorded reading or the energetic hedge. I can check out this. It's also in the description box of the video. And if you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, the most recent one was about defense and becoming defensive and what we can do to help us not get defensive as easily and what things we can do to help it make it easier for other people also not to get on the defense. And then my entire playlist, of course, is also in the description box of the video if you're interested. All right, my dears. Thank you again for all your love, all your support, all the thumbs up. I'm so grateful to be on this adventure and for your thirst for spirit. And I'll be back tomorrow. I can't believe it's Sunday again tomorrow already. But we shall be back in the evening. I'm now on Wednesday through Sunday evenings, starting at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. I do post the session early in the morning, and it's the chat is available all day, so you can make donations, put out your free reading requests. You can make donations via the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, and Square as well. Put all your questions out. It saves it all. And then I honor all that when we come into the evening session too. So that's what we got, everybody. Until I see you again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you guys again, sleep tight. Enjoy this moon, the new moon dreaming. If you ever go to sleep, hint, hint, someone, wink, wink. Maybe when you take a nap, you'll dream moonlight. But till I see you guys again, much love. Hang in there and enjoy yourselves. We'll see you soon.